package, sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art, I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillion, the ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My love's clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you're right. Real all in my blood supply. Dig it ball up top, finna make a play. I catch a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
Make a life for myself. Make a life for myself. Make a life for myself. Make a life for myself.
don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my knives. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines are the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good feeling. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
I know we only met just now, and I don't wanna freak you out, no. But baby, all I think about is you and me up in a tree, yeah. You whisper something in my ear, the only thing I wanna hear. Oh, you tell me that you think about SKISSING, yeah. I go and pay at the bar, you go and order a car. I
Loading, strap with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And I wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man, get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty tender, the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mixed up. Full circle, not everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep your heart, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Valorant Challenges Northeast for what is the final time. I'm Hazza, joined by Cairo, ready to take you through yet another grand final in what I imagine to be a fantastic conclusion to this league.
Yeah, it's one to look forward to, right? One that we've had a couple of times now, and it's a nice little grand final to sign things off, if we're being honest. Has it overall? Yeah, I think it's been a long, arduous journey, but we've got here in the end. We're actually at the finish of the league.
Yeah, look, from humble beginnings with the Nations League in East or under Icebox in North, the dawn of the regional leagues, Challenges Northern Europe Polaris, East Surge to just North and East, and now, of course, Northeast. It has been a long journey, as it has for these teams in 2026 so far. Let's take a start by looking at the group stages and seeing how exactly it is we got the makeup of playoffs in the first place as this one progressed onwards. We had Group 1 dominated by Enterprise. That's been the story of their year so far. Every competition they've entered to, they have won, and there was nothing stopping them this time around to kick things off.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, obviously, like Navi Junior kind of getting its big league debut as well. I think like they played last split, I think, but like this was the big one where they get to actually start from Navi Junior and had pretty good showing overall. But yeah, Enterprise top of the pops as usual.
Yeah, we've got some rebuilded teams as well, like Formulation Gaming looked pretty exciting at points. Bonk, I believe, bringing a Vova back as well. So some real legacy names here in Group 1. Heading over to Group 2, though, we get to see Enterprise's opponents, of course, for today. Later down the line, Liquid Academy, not the best of group stages from them. Some pretty strong CIS talent in this group, all things considered. Yeah. With Bitfix, MIR as well, VR2, some of the names that we saw in here. Even that Evo Play roster actually looked incredibly strong starting things out, but then just sort of lost their way as it went along.
Yeah, I think overall, like, we've had some pretty strong showings, and should we have continued on with North, I'd be like, you know what, like, I'm really excited for the future, but that's the case as it, right? We are ending things as it is right now, and yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that it does come down to these final two teams.
Yeah, and how they got here is then obviously with the context of the playoffs as well, and we can take a look at the bracket to dissect this one. Right, we only get to show you 2 games, unfortunately, because this was a triple elimination bracket, a format which is brand new to Northeast, actually. I know you and I have memed on other regions like DAC and Spain over the years for having best of 2s and other wacky formats, but we had a middle final which then qualified you to the upper final. That was how Enterprise found their qualification pathway to then get to this point, both them and Liquid getting past Navi Junior, who missed the opportunities they were presented with to be here today.
Yeah, I think it was a tough turnaround, but overall, Hazard, yeah, I think it was decently enough, right? And I think Navi Junior can be proud of themselves for what they've shown us, and I'm glad to see that we do actually have more academy teams coming into the league. But yeah, a team like Academy back towards the top, it seems.
Yeah, like players like Javelin, Kolosha, spurred on by Jonta, that Boars core, which we previously known with some new players coming in. It's been impressive to see that track record of success continue with that group. We'll have to see how that follows on into the EMEA event, but as you mentioned, it's Enterprise and Liquid Academy that we've got to be focusing on today, because that is the matchup that we've got for all of you. Starting off, breaking it down, Cairo, this is a matchup now which we have seen many times. This is their seventh meeting with one another. It is going to be, I believe, the third time that they will have come up against one another in a grand final specifically. Second this year, of course they did last year as well. It is a tie which is entirely dominated by Enterprise. In the fixtures that really matter, Liquid have a couple of wins along the way, but if they want to win in a grand final, it'll be the first time that they'd ever done it against this opponent.
Yeah, it would be a massive one as well, right? Just to kind of get that last crown that lies on the mantelpiece. I think overall for Team Liquid Academy, it's going to be a hard task, let's be honest. Enterprise, they've already had their slip up this stage. That was to MIR in the upper bracket, and since then they've made amends for that. So yeah, I think overall I'm expecting Enterprise to come in just as strong, just as hungry, with that Challengers EMEA 2 kind of on the horizon.
Yeah, no, they absolutely will be. And I think as we then go ahead and look at these teams specifically, starting off on the Liquid Academy side, this is a roster, or not a roster, an organization, I should say, which made its debut when Northeast first formally merged together. They were the first organization to win Northeast as it was at the time. And now they're coming back to try and see if they can go ahead and do it again. They've reformed their roster. They've retooled for 2026, keeping GSR, keeping Rex Tone, and of course with Bacon coaching and presiding over this team. We want to see now that they can go ahead and do it again in this pressure environment with some of these players who haven't won a title before.
Yeah, exactly. GSR and Rex, the only ones who have held a title here, right? Pretty got close last year with Zero Tenacity, if I remember correctly. So with that, like, yeah, Kix was a long time ago since the last time he would have had a Challengers title. I think overall, this is an exciting roster. 1-0 seems to be like a really hot prospect. And for Team Liquid Academy, it would be like, I think, the kind of cement that these guys are for the future, especially with 2027 on the horizon, and obviously to make that run into Challengers 3.
Yeah, Kix, of course, with his own VCT EMEA kickoff trophy from last year, so I think he's naturally exempt from that conversation. Never won in Challengers before, by the way, though, so interesting to note that, where we, compare to 1-0 and Pretty, who we're really going to be focusing on in this matchup, I think, to elevate their level and show us that they do have what it takes to cap off this era, really, of Valorant with an award that can go on their honours list. Looking at Enterprise, though, their opponents, they are the de facto dominant force within the region. They are the team that you have to beat, not just in Northeast, but I think when we look over to Challengers EMEA as well, as the current title holders there, they set the bar absolutely when it comes to teams in Tier 2, which I'll place air quotes on, because we absolutely know that when it comes to the play-in stage later this year and that road to champions, they're going to be trying to beat some of the VCT teams to get to that spot.
And I think they'll be well within their rights to go and make that attempt, right? Especially with some of the stuff that we've seen in Challengers, not Challengers, and VCT EMEA. We'll see exactly how that goes on, but yeah, at this moment in time, Enterprise have a record of every tournament they have entered, they have won. And that's a scary prospect for anybody who goes up to play against them.
That's when we come back to the conversation of legacy as well, and this being a team and an organization at large which has been able to overturn what it was known for historically. I think when we had the East League previously, of course a completely different set of players, they were always playing second fiddle to your Ascends of the world. Even when Diamant stepped up, that was a challenger to them, but they couldn't really shift off of the second place. So now that the league has merged together and that we've sort of seen for the last couple of years in a row, actually, that they can contend for titles with rosters that they're able to build up over time. This is an opportunity for them to go equal on titles with Apex within the region. And I suppose if you then flip it onto the other side with Ascend as well for the 2 years that they had from 2023 to 2024. So a massive opportunity, really, and I think one which they'll be looking to try and seize with both hands.
Yeah, I think if they can, right, like everybody's going to be scared of them anyway, no matter what, but it just puts blood in the water, kind of muddies things a little bit, makes you think, do you know what, there is a weakness here, considering already that Enterprise did lose to MIR this year, so that's the other thing that's got to be considered.
Yeah. Oh, well now, it is time for us to start thinking about that map veto a little bit, Cairo, and what we're maybe expecting here, because something important to note, I suppose, is that, of course, it's going to be a double ban for Enterprise heading in today, and that is going to lend them a huge opportunity to try and make things work more favorably for them.
Yeah, I mean, you see work more favorably as if like everything isn't, or what? Oh my god, man. It doesn't seem like an already favoured final, no matter like what the map pool is going to be, right? Like when we consider their form, etc. I think for Enterprise right now, the fact that they get the pick of their poison, I feel as if it's going to be very difficult for Team Liquid Academy to even like face up against them, really. I mean, is there any maps that you're looking forward to seeing, Hazard?
I think the big problem point for Enterprise was always going to be Pearl, so you're expecting that to get banned out. They've got an insta-ban of Breeze, so it looks kind of clear-cut for me, even though they did beat Na'Vi Jr. quite convincingly on it the other day. Liquid Academy still fairly strong there themselves. It's maps like Split, where they've got an 8-0 unbeaten record, stuff like Haven, where I think they're going to have the edge. But I think we'll just shelve that conversation for just a moment, because there are a few other things to touch on. And I want to talk about the biggest head-to-head that you could probably ask for with this iteration, this specific matchup, and that is going to be Cozy versus GSR. GSR breaking out in 2025 on flashes, flexing across a few different roles, including duelist, and now we've seen him on info as well, whereas Cozy has only just cropped up this year, playing exclusively duelist and looking so goddamn good.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody that you could really want. Like, if you got the choice of either of these players, I think most people would go towards Cozy, but I think it would be a mistake to overlook GSR like that, right? I mean, you look at the stats, GSR actually has a bit of KDA, and on top of that, I think, honestly, overall, his agent pool is so much more flexible, and in this current meta, in this like stage of the game, I genuinely think GSR is such a more valuable player, and one that Liquid will be trying to keep or trying to use every like resource at their disposal to get GSR on their main roster next year.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. GSR, he will become eligible in Stage 2, but it's only halfway through the stage. So like you say, it's future planning that you've really got to be aiming for. And for Cozy, still a couple more years since he was only just made eligible to play in Challengers at the start of this year. A substitute, Swagsaw, playing in his place in kickoff for Enterprise. So when you look at this lineup, then you have to also talk about the amount of titles that we've got in the server, in Challengers, in Northeast specifically. And I think it's important to mention, right? Because there's a lot more experience here. Even Alluri, for example, outside of the region, has multiple Challengers titles, 5 domestic and 1 in Challengers EMEA, as everyone on Enterprise does. Whereas on the Liquid Academy side, it does just fall on those 2 players that were there at the start of the previous.
Yeah, you've got to be hoping that GSR and Rex can really help. And I mean, it's crazy to think, right? Really help the rest of the roster, like, kind of play out. But when you've got the likes of Kix, when you've got the likes of Pretty, you'd be expecting them to have their own experience and try and help the roster themselves. So, yeah, I think overall that this is one that, I mean, you're going to have to see, like, really tightly contested.
No, I mean, it absolutely will be. Magnum himself looking for 4 wins, which alongside coaching staff, Shadow, who already had a couple of his own, plus the one in the coach slot, and Itapata, every single one accompanying Magnum. We do get a chance to look at this map veto, though, and as predicted, the insta-ban of Freeze gone immediately. Enterprise given options here of what they want to float, but you imagine that Pearl is the most likely candidate.
Yeah, you'd expect that to be the case as we wait in anticipation, and there you go, Hazard, the two bans that you expected. So now it's just about how does this veto look for Team Liquid Academy, and how does it look for Enterprise in terms of where do they want to place the maps, and kind of go from there, right? I think when you already look at the losses that Team Liquid Academy would have faced, the fact that they lose out on Pearl and Breeze, I mean Pearl 71% win rate, Breeze 83 overall, like I think it's really pick your poison is where you go next.
Yeah, and Split's going to kick off this veto as well, which I find to be pretty interesting. Not interesting in that it's unexpected, but because it's a complete mirror of what we saw the last time they faced in a best-of-5 in a grand final. Yeah. The first best-of-5, actually, that these two teams had played with these specific rosters was in the previous stage, and that was utter decimation from the green light, Cairo. I mean, a 10-2 defensive half for Enterprise on Split really set the tone of that series, and I think Liquid struggled to recover from it. Haven and Bind as the follow-up maps here give them an opportunity to get back in the door. I'm not saying that that first map is going to be a write-off. It simply can't be if you're Liquid, but I want to see them keep the mental strong and show that they can reset throughout.
The only thing that worries me, right, is the first three maps that we have in this best-of-5 is maps that Enterprise have not lost yet, which is crazy to think, right? Like the fact that they have played a full split, not lost Split, Haven or Bind, whereas you look towards Team Liquid Academy and how good they've been, they've not got a good split win rate. Their Haven, they've only lost once, and Bind, they've played once and won it. So yeah, this is going to be a bit of a tricky veto, and it gets even harder as we head through it with Lotus and Fracture in there as well. So overall, I think it's fair to say that Team Liquid Academy are going to be in a very difficult spot.
No, they absolutely are, right? Their backs are against the wall. Whichever way you flip it, you're going to have to fight with grit and determination if you want to take away a title from Enterprise, where everything is pointing towards it being easy enough for them to take it and take what would be their 5th win this year, if you're including the kickoff result as well, alongside everything else that they've competed in. That's the thing too. You mentioned that they're undefeated on every map. That was actually the case for Liquid too at the start of the veto the last time that these faced in a grand final. If you remember, someone was going to have to take a loss somewhere, and Enterprise the least willing to budge. So starting off on Split, at least at the beginning of this one, Cairo, I do want to know, do you think this is the part in the veto where maybe we can see Liquid cause a bit of a stir, or are we going to have to wait until later on, and is that where you see this one potentially happening for them if they are to find a way to win today?
I think Bind's probably where I'm going to put my focus on for Team Liquid Academy, not their pick of Haven, just because I think of Itapata, I think of what his teams and how good they have been on Haven in the past, and I always think that that's just such a sure set one, whereas Bind is always in my head, and I don't know if this is like kind of, I don't want to call it like nostalgia bias maybe, in the sense that like I've never found them to be that great at Bind, whereas Team Liquid Academy, like we've seen what they can do, so I'm like excited for that. As we get further into the veto, I don't know Hazard, to be honest. I think that like that if we can get to at least 2-2, it's anybody's game. But as we start to head in towards Split here, yeah, I mean, there's no surprises in terms of agents picked, but overall, I think it's like for Team Liquid Academy, this is your warm-up map, right? And I hate to say that, and it feels a little bit toxic, but overall, for me, it just feels like, yeah, this is a free hit, and let's see what you can do.
Yeah, Enterprise have only lost 4 rounds on average in the 8 times that they've played Split so far this stage. But starting out on the attack side, I think this is definitely going to be an interesting place to approach it from. And actually, since the Yoru changes have come in, we haven't really seen them too willing to play the agent either. So actually, having it pop up here and sort of committing to what has worked for them, what looks good for the macro, eases up the calling on Alluri perhaps with some of these quicker rotations, really interests me. Well, actually, it's like 2 different metas that we've seen from the start of this year clashing against each other in our opening map.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we've still Enterprise are putting all their chips on Yoru and Whaley is so interesting, and perhaps that's like something to do with the fact that, like, you know, they've not had time to change, maybe not time to adapt. I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of coping there, but I'm not sure if I'm convinced by this composition of agents that we've got.
Yeah, they've really they've not moved away from the Yoru since since the changes were made, right? Like the last 8 officials that they've played, all of the wins that I was talking about, that has all been with this agent since the changes, with the 15-second TP. So clearly it is a read that works well for them, something that they're able to abuse at this level, I think. Liquid, obviously one of the better names that you're going to find playing, you know, not just regionally, but in EMEA as well, actually, when they get to that stage, now having qualified for stage 3 already. This is a massive test though, and as you say, a good chance to warm up. I think that middle map bind in the veto is ultimately the one that will end up settling it, but depends what we get here, because if Liquid do start slow yet again, as they did in the previous grand final, then I'll definitely have my concerns.
Yeah, I think we're right to have our concerns, right? I think it's all about the individuals, if they can show up, if they can contend with a Causey, right? Because once he gets going, he feels undefeatable, and I think that's where my really big question mark comes in. And I think overall, like, Team Liquid Academy have the goods, we know that they do. It's just whether they can show it on the day. I think overall with Split, when I think of like the fact that it is Yoru Whaley, like there's no going to be any quick dives, so it should be easy enough to understand exactly what Enterprise want to do.
That it will. It's a classic matchup for the new generation. The only 2 teams to win Northeast since the Mountain formed, and the only remaining of our 8 historic champions. These rosters are a love letter to the region, crafted with a careful blend of talent, stretching from each corner of the many countries that have called it their home. This is a special 7th meeting like no other, and it will be their last here. For some of these players, their last chance to lift a domestic title. The grand final of Challengers Northeast Stage 2 is underway.
As Pistol Round taking its time to start as Enterprise wait for Team Liquid Academy to be the ones to be the protagonists. Not necessarily going to come their way though. You can already see Causey making his way through A.
Enterprise starting off this attack broadly. Duelists on either side of the map just probing away, that classic style that we expect. GSR finds first blood though, and with Lime gone, Causey does equal a response on the other side of the map, and that's got Enterprise interested in this rotation.
Kicks the only one here on A, and you look towards what utility has, only one more flash, which would be important information could he get it, but it's up to Magnum. And well, he's been a massive component for Enterprise, no matter what side they're playing, and gets the kill that's needed, but he gets traded, so we're back to 3-on-3.
Yeah, a lot of work for Kicks to try and do here on A now solo. Walking out into sight, catches Causey in transition, has to try and stall this out as much as he can, and does so. 2 kills from Kicks on the pistol round, which looked to be going Enterprise's way in the opening stages. A pistol which they would have loved to have found on this attack side, most importantly, but Liquid will snatch it from their hands and find the first of this grand final.
Yeah, denying any entry in towards the score sheet, stopping Enterprise from having any earlier momentum is going to be huge for this defense side, especially with how Split is played out. So yeah, nicely done, and we get things now moving in towards the next round between these two.
It's funny to say actually, but the last time they faced, Liquid did win the pistol on that 10-2 half. So, doesn't exactly speak volumes, but on the defender side, the momentum that you can snowball here is very real, and the map has got more attack-sided over the years, especially during the height of those Teho and Yoru metas, of which Enterprise are really still trying to lean into. Just be curious to see how clean they can keep this anti-eco with 1-0 holding the judge up in tower.
Yeah, I'd expect the judge to catch a few off guard here, as so it's not going towards the judge though. For a moment, now they're going back.
1-0 just queuing up to see how many targets he can find. It's only 1 actually. Judge will change hands in this situation. GSR has a lot of angles to look over, presiding over the first and finds the second as well. GSR finding the sort of form that you want to see from him in this grand final, with 3 kills already inside the second round.
Yeah, it's a great start to things underway. The judge changing hands is one to worry about, and this is the kind of slack that you can actually punish you for Enterprise if they were given the opportunity. So Team Liquid Academy can start counting the lucky chickens. I mean, look towards the bonus round, Hazza, and I mean, the buy's looking good.
It is still looking pretty good. Speaking of that judge, I think actually GSR was caught in the reaction of trying to defend main. That's where he gave up the space in heaven, where the judge was left by itself. But just seeing him in full force is exactly what you want. 100 kills in the best of 5 against Na'Vi Jr. yesterday. But it's pretty that we've got to focus on here. Sol B defender.
Yeah, the clones walked by and, well, easily cleared out in the end by Causey as he stuck the landing. And the rest of Team Liquid Academy are starting to queue up towards heaven. Is this going to be a pre-take? It looked like it, but Lame on the drive-by. And Team Liquid Academy filling the kill feed from nowhere. It's up to Prox to clutch up. The only German in this league. And it's going to be a quick defuse. And Team Liquid Academy up to 3.
Yeah, a huge bonus round conversion
for
Liquid Academy, trying to upset the party here, and that's exactly what they did. It was that fast flood in from tower, very quick on it, and in the bonus round, sometimes you have to go for that over-rotation, a bit of a gamble. I think Split is a map at times which is set up for its retakes, but with the players they had in position, did a brilliant job. Pretty's called it fantastically, and I think that's something we also want to see a little bit more of. A step up from him and Wanzeru as well. Those the ones missing in my eyes. The ones without the titles, bear in mind, given this last opportunity to do so against a familiar opponent.
Players turning up when they need to. Causey's trying to get on towards Wanzeru, not giving the chance. Which you're already seeing. Denial through utility for Team Liquid Academy.
Situation as it stands, players embedded into this heaven position, and Rexstone isn't quite looking out for it right now. Anti-flash, I guess you could say. That's on a good day. Enterprise running it down with the stingers. 2 rifles already cycled back through the hands of these attacking members. And Illuri looks to have called a freeze. Still has a drone to re-clear any space, but just sitting on what they've got right now.
Thoughts about any players towards CT, although this little bit of mid-rounding as Kix tries to get the dog through, does just see Illuri.
Yeah, and it's just the distance on this Teho drone, which is so much better than the other info initiators in the game, so does manage to catch visual of Kix in that situation. Rotation's already been called. Sua's safe enough for Illuri to make the cross, but the rest of the Enterprise players just checking it out for him. And now Pretty is here by himself yet again. 2 TPs and a blind.
Cover going out.
Yeah, but the blind, well, it connects. It's the time that's the most important, and unfortunately for him, he's not able to buy any more. So Spike does go down in post in a 3 versus 2.
Kix coming back in with a flash 1-0 wall, but it's this Outlaw that's going to struggle to get much done.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think already you can see 1-0. He needs to try and work this a little bit, but against 3 of the best, it's going to be extremely difficult. It's a thrifty round. Enterprise! I was going to say Enterprise have been able to convert, but not just yet. 1-0's managed to get himself back onto a rifle. And a 2 versus 1. The fact that there's Illuri and a brilliant mechanical skill. 1-0 sends Team Liquid Academy up to 4, and if you look at Illuri's cam, he can't believe it either.
Yeah, he knows exactly the mistake made on the Enterprise side. 1-0 was just looking out for a double swing. Took it from the left side, peek on his right. And there's no way that he should be getting away with this. Illuri was the low player, so the transfer is just that little bit easier, but a blistering start from Liquid Academy on the undefeated map of Enterprise. Twice as many rounds as they had last time they faced already. And GSR bringing out the operator to compound the pain into Enterprise's gun round.
The fact that there's a showstopper in the back pocket of GSR, if he needs to buy himself out. You can hear the jump spotting of the Omen as well. That's pretty, and unfortunately it's the clone that undoes this. Put back, and will unfortunately cause he will be put back all the way to the spectator screen. GSR not able to escape himself, so 4 on 4.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just a delayed reaction or a bit of the ping time in the server, but couldn't find that second kill. Nice use of the rocket, though, to catch Kozzy on the refract. There's still a pit on Magnum here, but it's such a situational ult at this point in time, and the biggest point of focus for me is this re-clear in A main that's currently happening. Magnum actually drops the pit in middle to try and force Liquid to clear this out, but their protocols are already so clear in the space that they want to take, and Enterprise are walking straight into a backstab.
That they are. It depends how when 1-0 actually comes back, as he's cleared all the way in towards spawn.
Yeah.
Enterprise don't realise there's a wolf within the chickens.
Not until the Seekers come out.
Yeah, that's true as they pop, but Enterprise still 1-0 on the hunt. He's starting to move towards this backside. Enterprise now going to get the spike down. So realistically, Hazza, this flank, it's not going to matter a pile of anything.
Oh, not unless 1-0 takes it early. The dogs just come out and Magnum's in the open.
Yeah, that he is. Knife out, and unfortunately that's cost him his life. 1-0 going to bring out the ulti here, and it's pretty from elsewhere that ends up getting the kills. Team Liquid Academy. This defense side is getting more than pass marks.
Yeah, I gotta say, I felt like Liquid Academy had maybe messed up their A-hole just a tiny bit there, because Kix was so paranoid about the possibility of mid-pressure you're expecting with the ultimate coming in, that he gives up the main control, or at least the initial contact that 1-0 can play off as he's searching for what he anticipates to be a B rotation. But instead, the double back off of the Seekers, great mid-rounding from Kix again with his information, means that they are perfectly set up to deal with the Enterprise post-plant. And so it's a first timeout from the coaching staff. Multiple winners on their side of the server, both as a player for Shadow and in slot with Itapatha.
Yeah. I think that's the big advantage that Enterprise have, right? I understand that Bacon has been to Champs and VCT and the likes, right? Masters events, but so is Itapata. And the fact that they have Shadow and the coaching slot as well alongside, that he can kind of give his own experience as the players maybe vent their frustrations. I think like that's going to be a massive benefit. 5-0 right now for Team Liquid Academy, and Enterprise, they needed to time out. They needed to call a pause to things.
They absolutely did, and I think as well, when you look at it right now, I've seen Enterprise in this situation before. Just think back to the last EMEA stage. A couple of those maps against Barca, for example, or even Job Life, where they were like I think it was Job Life, I can't really remember, where they were like 5 rounds down right at the start, looked like they were going to get killed off. Oh, it was UCAM now, I remember. It was that UCAM game. They were 5 rounds down, 2 maps in a row, and they ended up winning both of them pretty convincingly in the end. Something has to change here, though, otherwise it's going to be 6. And I'm not sure I've seen 6 before.
Yeah, I've seen Team Liquid Academy have good starts many a times. As you say, it's about making those starts count. And the fact that they've put themselves in a perfect spot here is great. And you can see right now it's a consolidation of position in terms of everybody close to a partner, ready to trade off of one another. Allura just spotted through main by Pretty. And that is the spike carrier, so he needs to be careful.
No, 2 kills already. Liquid happy to just strong side B here, and 1-0 does find Lime. Prox has walked out in the meantime. So with that presence in tower, you can see a little bit of panic here as the rotations start to come in, but Pretty is the one with a calm head in the server right now between the two teams. I think it's fair to say he has stepped up for the occasion this time around. 6 in a row for Liquid to kick off the grand final.
Most people coming into this one would have thought, right, okay, easy 3-0 Enterprise, let's get this one done. But at this moment in time, I'm needing signs of life for Enterprise, and it's not a phrase that I thought I'd be saying today, I'll be completely honest. I think that right now, Team Liquid Academy are the ones that seem hungrier.
They definitely do, and I think this is an Enterprise team which, in all the events they've played throughout this year so far, have spoken at great lengths about issues like burnout. GSR pushed off the line, at least to kick things off. As I was saying, you know, it's a long calendar. You have to find the motivation. They know what the end goal is. This is another one of those ecos and another one of the fast hits. And already they've managed to pick up an opener. Kicks defending the site and defending it well. 2 isn't going to be quite enough, but GSR backfilling has just about restored order in the 2-on-2.
Yeah, but there's ultis to play with, most importantly causes. And I think this Neon could be held in a moment's notice. You can see Team Liquid Academy taking their time as they approach this one.
It's just because Magnum at the same time has gone clearing out in CT. Kozzy not yet thinking about the possibility of a garage player, and so Wanzeru catches him sleeping at the wheel. Magnum yet to upgrade, needs the spike as well, finally will do so. And that first tap pulls the nade out of the pocket of GSR. First clean shot from Magnum. Finally something in his wheelhouse. One more left to pick up, but Wanzeru is built different today. Head on a swivel, secures the 7th. And Liquid Academy's streak will not end easily.
No, it will not, but you're expecting in the next round that it should, especially with the ultimates that they do have in play. Enterprise right now has getting themselves into good positions, but failing to win out. I mean, how many times have we seen Magnum easily win a clutch like that? And he doesn't. Overall, it's worrying signs. And Enterprise, they need at least 3 from this next 5.
GSR's op again involved early. Plenty of comms given from him just to call the rotation of 1-0 away, and that may well have been heard on the Enterprise side.
Already, ultimate being used is the dimensional drift, and GSR as he walks through needs to be careful because Line's given all the information, but manages to get out nonetheless.
Yeah, it's a set piece into the B site here, and Kozzy now starting to heat up a little bit himself, finding 2. Rex gets the trade back. Alluri drops in middle, so some of that pressure has been alleviated. Still a 3 versus 4 situation though, and all of the retaking defenders coming out of this tower position, so the util has to be clean, and it is. Kozzy cut from the corner, but the follow-up is there. Enterprise on the reswing, happy to give away that one body just to make sure they can get around on the board, which they finally do. 8 rounds of asking.
Yeah, and as we said, right, it has to be at least 3 of the next 5. Well, that's 1 down, so it's 2 out the next 4. We need to keep a monitor on this, to be honest, Hazza, because that was 4 ultimates, essentially, to get that 1 round. And that's a worrying sign, considering Team Liquid Academy are not far away from their own ultimate cycle.
No, they certainly aren't. I mean, Rex already has the pit here. 1-0, 1 off, GSR a couple, and then just another for kicks. It's Viper's pit, which will greet Enterprise with a shade of green in middle. They know about it early, but the default is already catered towards A main. It's 1-0 on the slightly deeper line that they've got to be worried about.
Yeah, I mean, how many times do we see Viper's pit in mid? As we start to see as well the Omen of procs being pulled across towards A. So this looks like to be a straight up execute once the Omen gets here. Lime not with a TP anymore, maybe going to become a joker, but 1-0 on the first angle wins out.
Big duel for him to win. It's players in elbow already though. Liquid Academy on site here.
Yeah, Kicks left alone as he tries to escape. He also plays in pretty. A brilliant flash, and Kozzy not realising as Team Liquid Academy show Enterprise the door. No ultimates, no round. That's the answer at this moment in time. His kick, his line with his operator has to try and clutch a 3 versus 1. And what is basically 20 seconds left.
That's the thing, does he want to go for it? Maybe even look for the Phantom? at the feet of one of his fallen teammates. Decides against it, and you look at the money. There would maybe have just been enough to buy around this, and I think there still is. So, something to offer them relief. The operator better for the slow style, but that quick injection of pace, the rounds that had landed for them with the ults that they had. You can see Enterprise trying to play both sides of the map at the same time. They're not instantly going for any of these blind, uncalculated hits, which I think is the way that you have to play Split, but...
Yeah. I think you agree with you to the most part, but I felt as if Lime could have maybe been in mid, kind of rotates with that operator rather than being towards B main. But as the barriers look to drop, it is only kicks on the A side.
Constantly got to be looking for ways to deny Liquid the control which they so vehemently are searching after. And right here, Kicks getting caught again. It's these stingers that are just finding soul players right now all too easily. Short-handed retake for Liquid Academy, but Lime out in the open is as easy as they get.
And it's an extended post plant as well, Hazza. Look at the players in main.
Prox has already been noted though, and well, GSR suppressed, was one away from the showstopper, no chance to bring it online this time. Kozzy's got another double, and it feels like whenever the Romanian Phenom can get on form, that's when Enterprise are able to pick up a round. Otherwise, they are struggling without their star. Every player on this side has the potential, but just relying on that quality a little too much in some of these opening rounds where we've not seen the team play come together. Trades out in the end. Kozzy does get his hat trick, and Enterprise will have to settle for a second.
Yeah, Team Liquid Academy looking to grab a couple exits on the way out, but I think Enterprise, they need to have a perfect game towards the end here. I mean, I know I said 3 rounds at the bare minimum, but you're going to be 1-4 if you're Enterprise to make this comeback on the defender side. And yeah, it was just an ejection of pace. Kicks left alone on site that really cost Team Liquid Academy in the end. But as the barriers look to drop, there's a brawl to be had.
Yeah, big change up. Liquid Academy bringing 3 bodies in blue and white to the barrier this time. GSR following up the initial utility. Stun lands at his feet, and Kozzy picks up another kill. All headshots with this kid. And Lime is now starting to try and catch those players in transition like you suggested. It's Rexstone down to 13, and actually almost a full disrespect of the mid-orb to just finish him off. Lime showing his confidence in the face of aggression. Liquid not given an inch on this round.
This feels like Enterprise has to be said, but Pretty in the corner, he could be huge for winning this game.
Yeah, he could. It's all gone dark though, so we'll just have to wait and find out how this one
Watch
goes.
your player cams, cast the player. Oh, there we go.
Oh, he's gone. Well, it is still
corner, but he's still in a corner.
And it is a 2 versus 5. 2 of those players on the site which Enterprise look more likely to hit right now.
Pretty though, he's looking to stand this. Yeah, he's out in the open, as I don't like this.
He would have to go above and beyond to make this round happen. Kick's not in a position to really be played in, but Pretty does find the first cleanly, and it's all on the Estonian now. Nice double dink onto the first, but goes no further than that. Individually, each player able to find a kill, but just too much in front of them. Enterprise starting to get back to winning ways now, and that is a scary sign for Liquid.
That it is. You know exactly what Enterprise can do once they get woken up. I said for a minute, it was a free hit for Team Liquid Academy on this map, and it feels as if they've hit them and kind of wounded Enterprise at this moment in time. As they start to recover low, they start to wake from their slumber. This is where we see the real damage being brought out. People actually starting to understand their how good they actually are, right? The confidence starting to flow through them.
There's a reason why we hold Enterprise in that bracket. Why Liquid Academy just haven't quite made it, even on those interregional stages so far. This would be a statement heading into EMEA. Chance at a second title. So Pit placed in Garage by Magnum here. Far advanced, as you can see. Kicks trying to claim real estate on the other end of the map. Last action of the half, and if Liquid can deny away this 4th round, it would mean everything for them here.
Magnum, though, still prowling in his pit. It's mid that we look at for the next big fight. And as it comes through, it seemed even, but not before Lime snatched away the next kill and took the advantage. Shots certainly not landing now as Rex is the one trying to hold on to mid. But unfortunately, the trade game just too strong.
Oh, he's walked all the way through the pit, and this is the spike in the hands of Kozzy. Could be an absolute catastrophe, but Magnum's thinking about it.
He's thought about it, but he's thought about it too late. Finally does get the trade, and that spike can make its way here. And for Kicks, he's nowhere near this site, has he?
I think Pretty was hoping that pit was going to drop and that Magnum had wandered away to the other side of the map, but no, it's all on Kicks now. 2 flashes and a 1v2. It would be the second that Liquid have won so far this map if he can pull it off. And what a difference it would make.
Well, Wood just sees the head but cannot connect. As you said, 2 flashes, but does he even want to use one? Not even to distract. Well, he brings it through now to pop out. Comes in. It's a good flash. Can't quite get the second player. Finally gets a second one there. Through that second flash. And Kicks brings Team Liquid Academy up to 9. Enterprise have not shown us a whole bunch this half, has but Team Liquid Academy with a platform to ascend from.
Perfect pop flash on the first there from Kicks. I don't think Enterprise were expecting him to have a second one holstered. 9 rounds in the opening half for Liquid is absolutely everything for them. We'll see if they can build on it in the second. Thank you for bearing with us, but with the halftime now behind us, we head into the second half and an opportunity for Liquid Academy to take away Split from Enterprise for the first time in this stage. An 8-0 flawless record challenged with a knife of its throat right now. 9-3 reads the score, and just a pistol round would be enough to pry it away from their hands, I imagine, Cairo. We've seen a couple get a little bit shaky with stingers of the sort, but nothing all too convincing right now.
I would agree. With 3 sheriffs brought out, though, you can see the intent for Enterprise, and Causey already looking to reset, send himself down mid, and Enterprise are the ones who take the first head of the second round. Overall, I think Team Liquid Academy are going to find it difficult to get back in, as Kix makes his best go of it, and Rex as well. That Spike not able to escape, and that's the biggest issue.
Yeah, if there was a way that Kix could have got out of dodge there, found safety in the sewers, Rex given half a chance.
And in the end, it's easy as that for Magnum to pick up the last kill. So Enterprise making sure that this map isn't over just yet.
Yeah, it's a very oppressive start from Enterprise, and that's exactly how they like to try and play a lot of these rounds. I think Liquid Academy need to be aware of some of these walkdowns from players like Causey. With the Refract active, of course, they're still running this double duelist composition. With the Yoru specifically, Lime has to be a lot more aware on his timings using the TP, but if they can get him up on the extremities early, that's going to do a lot in the information game. It's going to do a lot for the turnaround here as well, because it's a marathon, not a sprint. A best of 5, which Enterprise have played in quite a few of already so far this year. Just classics on the Liquid side for this one, so should be absolutely no worries handling this if you're Enterprise.
Yeah, you said should, and for a minute I believed you, but already the classics kind of overpowered their hazard. So Enterprise doubling up their overall and round counts, and we look towards the next one where Team Liquid Academy come back in with rifles.
They do. And I think this is something that we want to speak about on the Liquid Academy side as well. Getting past that mental blockade that they can beat Liquid Academy in a best of 5 and in a grand final, really, because I think that is the difference here that we're talking about for some of these players like Wanzeru, like Pretty, because that's where they failed to do it in the past, where Pretty throughout his career has made so many grand finals but never lifted a title. Knows that they can do it in a sort of domestic playoff environment, but it's a whole lot different, and with the rifles out, Lime already removed from his position embedded in mid.
Yeah, but it's also taken a lot of utility, and Pretty now just noting the Enterprise are starting to encroach on their map control. Team Liquid Academy happy with what they've got, giving 1-0 a little bit of space in mid, and now start to look towards A.
I really like this from Liquid Academy, getting 1-0 in the vents, threatening a potential split. Enterprise with their own B main control, but they're actually starting to give that up, thinking about that strong side on A now as Liquid go for the execute.
Yeah, pressure on a few of these players. Magnum, for instance, looking towards ropes. That's where 1-0 will begin to strike from between the shoulder blades. Realistically, doesn't identify Prox, and when he does, takes the hit clean. Still looking to cause a little bit of drama, but not before Enterprise have put the first foot forward, and it's a strong one. One which should be on the throats of Team Liquid Academy, but not if the last two remaining players can show us the goods. It's up to Lime with 2 players low. It should be 1 spray down and a 1 round. Can he do it? No, he can. It's Kix, the ex-tier 1 player, to win the round for Team Liquid Academy.
Kix has played more games in the VCT than anyone else in the server so far this year. A stand-in substitute performance for the main Liquid roster. And he's leading by example right now. Combined 29 HP between the two there, but a fantastic redistribution of the angles. First it's the elbow fight, then looking back out towards the heavens, and Liquid Academy showing a very direct approach to their attack side so far. One that still has signs of discipline. I've got to say, just to start, I'm loving the way that they're setting up 1-0 to be put in these little pockets that is creating pressure and questions that Enterprise have to address.
Yeah, I love that. It's like it's little short sprints, right, that you're forcing Enterprise to react to. Finally, they're reacting to the pressure that was outside of 8.
This is also where you expect Liquid to have learnt those lessons from the last grand final. Anticipate these reactions a little bit more, since they did also lose earlier in the playoffs to the same team. It's an ult to re-clear in mid here from Kozzy. Bit of aggression, but Kix counters it.
Yeah, it does so. Managing to grab Magnum or Rex. It's a little bit messy, but at the same time, manages to clean things up. So that spike could go down on A, and 1-0 finding Lime certainly confirms it.
A streak of discipline shown on this Liquid Academy side, inviting the pressure, and upon receiving it, knowing how to handle those situations now, cracking open the A site. Enterprise players would be arriving, but they've already been cut off at the supply line. Kix identifies Prox in this situation, but even with the regen shield going up, prefers to sit idle in market instead. But a fantastic round from Liquid Academy here to secure an 11th queued up.
Starting to put themselves in a good position where, up until now, I still believe that Enterprise would be the ones to come back in, right? Just with how good that they've been.
I think it definitely felt that way, but you know, how many more opportunities do you give yourself on this defender's side?
True.
You just used Kozzy's ult on this round as well. The other ults are high cost, you're way off the Dimensional Drift or Viper's Pit at this stage, even the Armageddon on Alluri, so the rounds that they've got left to play, there is still a timeout remaining, I believe, but there it is.
Well, there's your confirmation, mate. Yeah, and I wonder right now what Itapata will be talking about. And I think perhaps as one that's a little bit more proactive, one that's going to be like, right guys, I want you to be taking space away from this attack and playing weak sides a lot more reserved, because we've been seeing that as soon as Team Liquid Academy feel a little bit of pressure, they're very quick to respond and hit the other side of the map.
They are, and it's that reactive protocol-based Valorant, I think, which is looking good for them at this point in time. Enterprise kept honest at the start of this veto. With a double ban and a pick for as dominant as they've been, Split should be an absolute shutout. There's really no way we should be entertaining Liquid Academy finding a result here, but that's exactly what we're getting. In some ways, I almost feel a little less convinced heading on to Haven, just bearing this result in mind, simply based on the fact that, you know, Enterprise do have depth to their map pool. And even by the time we get to Bind, Liquid Academy have only played it once, and it was a really weird composition. So it's a strong start, it really is. We just have to see how long it can continue, because Enterprise are not the kind of team you expect to lay dormant, and with a timeout behind them and another mixed investment to keep this dream of Split alive. Slime in a smoke early. Early disrespect. Nets him a kill.
look towards Prox on B main as well. He begins to take that space. It's that proactivity we spoke about before.
Lime on the reposition, thought about the jump peak actually. It's his feet hitting the floor that give away his position. He'd seen two players but didn't have a gun in his hands to shoot them with. Rex in the meantime is able to pick off Prox, who had already encroached in the B main space in the garage. Magnum and Lime responding in kind on the B site, and that cuts off the spike as well. Rex needing to reclaim it and put up a refreshed set of smoke, as Pretty's still fighting on the front line here in tower. Only good for the one, and Rex has just far too much to do from this position now. Hinder lands to the side of him. First one is on a decayed Magnum through his own molly, I think it might have been, but in the end, the defuse comes in and Enterprise do get the round which they require.
Yeah, that they do. I think overall the one thing for Enterprise that we saw before was they got 1 out of 5 rounds after their timeout, and towards the 2 out of 5 rounds after the timeout and the kind of first half. So on that scoreline alone, in my head, Team Liquid Academy still have enough to win that out. That's what we've got to be thinking about. If it gets bad, they still have 2 timeouts from Bacon, but I imagine Nita Pata and Shadow will have their own thoughts when we get to that. So at this moment in time, Spike not committed anywhere. Enterprise with pings towards Garage on B in terms of taking this next fight.
And the reason why I said I want to think about the rest of this map, Veto, as well, is because Liquid Academy started very strong yesterday against Na'Vi Junior, but it wasn't until the series got away from them over the following couple of maps that it looked like they might lose it. One on a decider in the end. Manzeru has the op out here. Just searching for something in A main, but defensive hold from the site is what Enterprise have opted for. And Lime with the dimensional drift. The Yoru ult available is going to be a huge tool when they need to retake some of this space.
It's a slow roll through mid with the lack of noise. It's going to make the anxiety build for Enterprise now. Lime, because of that anxiety, brings out his own dimensional drift, so that pace is going to quicken towards Magnum, who just hold things down.
Yeah, it's a great job from Magnum there. Stalwart in his position as ever in the vent. Liquid Academy having to jump into his open arms, gets yet another. Pretty nailed before Kicks can find an equaler. Lurie left behind on site here, Kozi arriving. The wide field of his Hinder, still not enough to catch an ever-mobile Wanzeru. Ult available, and in he goes. 3 versus 2, pick goes up, and op still in play.
That's the big thing I was going to say, has a Viper pit in, but look at how fast Enterprise are on site.
Just skirting around the edge, Wanzeru has shown up to the big occasion. We looked at GSR being the one to make a difference. 100 kills in his series yesterday, but you can't forget Wanzeru. 90 of his own in that same game against Na'Vi Junior. And coming out of the starting blocks quickest here. What a difference maker he has been. 19 and 13 as it stands. And it puts Enterprise onto another bad bye in what is map point for Liquid Academy.
I feel as if he was the one who was missing the most in the last series. Wanzeru, he's had individual moments, but he feels so much more consistent. And Prox challenging what is a full bodies of Team Liquid Academy, ready to go. Enterprise are in heaven though.
Yeah, but Liquid Academy already out on site, Cairo.
Yeah, they're already willing to end this here and now. They knew that Enterprise was going to be the team to beat, so they brought out everybody that they needed, everybody up for the occasion. As Lurie, all he can really do is just delay the inevitable as he tries to bring this back. Sheriff in hand. It's not even like a rifle, right? It's just a 6-shooter, and what the first shot won't even hit. Team Liquid Academy win map 1. That was Enterprise's pick, a map they haven't lost.
Yeah, a map which they were invincible on up until this point, Cairo, but they've been made to look not only second best, but far inferior to Liquid Academy there. The statistic that I brought up when we were in the build-up to this one was that for every Enterprise win, of which we've seen 8 in a row here in this stage, they are only conceding an average of, 4.1 rounds. 4 rounds, let's call it for the sake of the argument. Here, they only picked up 6 themselves. So
yeah.
Liquid Academy at full strength with everyone playing to their strengths as a unit, just looking much more well equipped, I think, in this grand final so far. And we just have to see if that continues.
Yeah, I'm looking towards Haven now. Coming into this map, Veto, I was really worried with how the maps looked. But honest to God, after winning Split, considering the record that Liquid have, which was 3 out of 9 played, by the way, just if you're wondering, Haven being a much more positive record for Team Liquid Academy gives me a lot of hope for the rest of this series. And I can't believe I'm saying this, it could be a 3-0 to Team Liquid Academy before we even get to it.
Yeah, I'm going to hold you back there just a little bit. Enterprise do have their own pick in this series, Bind coming up again, of which, is still just such unknown territory on the Liquid side for me to really buy into it. But as you mentioned, for this map specifically, Split, it felt like the two teams basically had polar opposite records heading into this. The 8-0 versus the 3-6 that you mentioned, just 3 wins from 9 total appearances for them this stage, having played it more. I guess the reps did end up meaning something for them, as it's the last time we get to see it from them here in Northeast. But it's kind of moments like this which get you feeling confident, especially considering the fact that they had a super slow start the last time that they faced. And with Haven coming up, I guess we've got to see if that's something that they can carry on, Cairo.
Yeah, I think so, right? Like with Haven on the horizon, considering that Enterprises historically been very good at it. They've not played it much this split, but Team Liquid Academy have, and they've got a good record as well. Do not go far because we have map 2 just coming up after this break.
They been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics, I need it from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the run. So I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit you from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She be curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast, where we are one map into the grand final between Enterprise and Team Liquid Academy. It is a grand final which we've now seen on a number of occasions, this being the third, and still Liquid Academy chasing that inaugural win. But the way that they came out on Split, with the picture in our mind of the last time they faced, it being a devastating way to start things off, it is a feeling of elation instead, Cairo, and one which gets you in a position of promise, you know, gets your hopes up for Haven, but maybe not too far ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, not to get too far ahead of ourselves. I mean, Team Liquid Academy did play it as near as yesterday against Navi Junior, and they did get pushed. 13-8 was the final scoreline, but this is the real test. This is what we expect to be a pretty hard one, and I think Enterprise will have all guns blazing coming into this next map, considering the disappointment of the first.
Yeah, look, I mean, you saw there they used both timeouts. Liquid Academy not forced to press the panic button once, felt very in control of the game for the most part. The protocols and the reactions that they were able to serve up off the back of what Enterprise were attempting to do to them looked pretty good. In terms of player performances, I can't say that there was anyone that was particularly lackluster for Enterprise. I think maybe Alluri was focusing so much on the calling that we didn't get to see him fragging as an IGL, which is something that Enterprise have enjoyed so far. But yeah, maybe just the system, I think, more than anything else, kind of letting them down in some of the situations there, and the game plan not working. So moving on to Haven, this is now Liquid Academy's pick. So actually, if we're going off of purely odds, this should be their chance to make the series 2-0 in their favor.
Yeah, and for those at home wondering what Liquid Academy are playing, it is the Phoenix Neon comp. They actually debuted this against Navi Junior, the first time we had actually seen that. And as for Enterprise, Hazard, they played it in the upper final against Navi Junior as well. This Jet Phoenix comp, first time that they've switched away from the Neon Yoru.
Yeah, right. That's the thing. Enterprise are also unbeaten on this map, but they only have 3 wins in total. And out of those 2 different comps played, it is just the Phoenix Jet that we've seen once in an official. Now, Jet for Kozi, I would still lean to believe it is comfort. Lime on the Phoenix. We've seen a lot of Yuri players switch to Phoenix. How good is that going to look? It's not something that I can say I've seen extensively from him, but with him probably being the best flex player that we have in Tier 2, I will put my hand on my heart, sort of hands down, comfortably say that, just for how broad his agent pool is. I feel pretty confident that he can show us something here.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that's going to be the case 100%. Don't expect it to be any other way. I think we've seen the Phoenix before from Team Liquid Academy. It's something that they should be confident playing. Playing against, another thing entirely. But we'll see that as we head in towards the second map of our best of 5.
Liquid Academy, the ones picking into Haven, feeling happy with themselves so far, a map to the good. This is one where they have seen good results so far in the stage. Just a single loss, and of the 4 wins, there's notable ones in there. 13-0 in groups versus Extreme Dogs. That helped them on their way to sort of what ended up being a mid-group qualification, right? Enterprise had a flawless group stage. Liquid Academy, it's been a process, and I think that's always the story of this roster. One step at a time.
Oh, already Proc seeing all the bodies of Team Liquid Academy. You can see that's why the Sova rotates over, and Kozi not looking to miss at all. As Lime is the one to find the picks. Team Liquid Academy not having the best shot as Alluri is just burning. And overall, Team Liquid Academy will take the relief and head elsewhere.
Yeah, still Kozi moving off of this though. He will get himself into window early.
Yeah, active as ever as Kozi. Dynamic, not cleared, and oh, a nice flick from Kicks. That opens things up, and they start to sprint towards A's. Kicks now with the Sheriff in hand. Can't quite find what he was looking for, but it's Pretty now, looking to clear up.
Yeah, and they've left Magnum behind to see if they can find him, so Pretty's just a distraction. Really wants to find a kill here, gets it, and doesn't get pressed down by Lime either.
No, he doesn't, and GSR takes a step forward like he should. Pretty chased down, and if he can just buy a bit of time, he can. It's up to GSR against his opposite number, and will win. Team Liquid Academy, the preparation coming into this game must have been spot on, because they're up 1-0 in the second map.
Yeah, look, when it comes to pistol rounds so far as well, seen Liquid Academy in that metric do pretty well on their attack side. After that initial rebuff of C-Long, able to spot out where that gap lies. The re-aggression from Enterprise, maybe a little bit unnecessary in the mid-round, I guess you could say, if you want to point fingers, getting carried away with the situation. Leaving the door open just a fraction, and GSR already having the run it back available from the spray down.
I think that just sums it up as now Kozi's going to have a look. Overall, you can already feel that Team Liquid Academy on this second round, and I think it's so interesting that, like, for the most part, right before this, Enterprise had been playing that Euro Whaley composition. GSR on for an ace, by the way. And yeah, I think like that with the Euro Whaley composition, like it must have been on split that they've not showed anything new, because it seems as if there is an evolution away from that way of thinking, like that we're seeing on Haven right now for Team Liquid Academy.
Lime really wants one kill. If he finds a kill and dies, he gets his ult immediately for the next round. But with only a classic, oh, you weren't expecting it, but credit to Lime, he will have the run it back available. There's a flash here as well to look for an additional fight. It's GSR's ace, which is a step better though on the other side. Keep the majority of the weapons for the bonus. But there is both Phoenix ults up in round 3, so yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to see how it evolves.
The question is, right, was it worth giving the run it back for the ace for Team Liquid Academy? Because that could cost them that could allow Enterprise to get back into this one.
I mean, honestly, I would rather just have GSR on high confidence. He's one of the best players in the server, if not the best, and with his ult active and ready to go. Oh, it's Prox actually that takes 2 from that position. And Kozzy doing his job in middle as well. Liquid down to their final 3 players and make that 2 with Pretty on 5 HP. Instantly tenderized and left with little to do from this situation, with Illuri closing up that flank.
I think this is it done, right? Like already, even with rifles, you would hoping that it would be a lot better. Team Liquid Academy rebuffed, and that's fine. And I think overall, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. So Enterprise answer straight back with a flawless round.
It's a great way for Enterprise to silence any of those doubts that could have been brewing out of the opening couple. Of course, Lime gets to keep his own run it back now as well, so we didn't quite see GSR actually find the value from that.
Yeah, it was the value that's most important. So the lobby fight begins. Nothing much from it, but it has pulled players across from Enterprise.
GSR is going to get tagged in this position in A lobby. That's where the default begins for Liquid Academy. As you can see, there's a cam out in mid, and that will have been heard by Lime. So Enterprise very aware of what Liquid Academy are trying to do at the moment. The position of Kozzy in A link is for him to immediately support A if required.
Still, in terms of what Team Liquid Academy give away in sound, it's nothing, and you can see Enterprise getting a little uncomfortable in their positioning. Back towards this garage where we saw last time GSR struggle. On notice are the players, but Kozzy with no dash is stuck in the corner. He's going to have to fight his way out of this one, and unfortunately hasn't he been able to connect.
Yep, GSR gonna fight back through as Lime pops his own ultimate to try and do that. Prox makes it a 4-on-4 situation, and Kicks getting the Hunter's Fury up with the plant as well. Or one away from the Hunter's Fury, sorry. Could be useful, but there is plenty of utility here for Liquid to slow down the retake.
Well, there is. So whether they use it. Already players scanned out, so that's when they're going to drop into the rifles of Team Liquid Academy. The post plant, easy enough when it comes down to it. Only one player lost in post, and Team Liquid Academy have this Haven attacker side off to the perfect start.
Yeah, it's been a great response to that initial round versus their bonus from Enterprise there. Just as we crossed the minute mark, we saw the defense start to respond and change their setup. 2 players from B after the drone in garage, anticipating that to be the execution. And the read of the situation was good, but Kozzy just slightly misses the timing, trying to go a little bit wider on that angle. And with the op coming out, there's some utility to attempt to clear it. Illuri with a very, very early drone to get Kozzy back on the line. And that's a huge investment for them to be without later in the round.
Still that Cypher setup ready and rearing to go for Magnum, and with the cam destroyed, he's going to take his position up on plat, as he has done quite a few times these rounds. And there's plenty of other support here to help out if needed. There's a lot of smoke, a lot of utility in there, but in the end it's GSR! But perhaps Prox, a 2v2 is where it settles, and a chance in which he can maybe find a clutch before Kozzy gets here. At least he's able to get kicks. So now it's up to Pretty, the captain, and unfortunately the ship has been lost. It's Enterprise straight back.
Prox is looking absolutely fantastic. He has been my standout player for Enterprise, I think. Either, you know, him or Magnum, talents which had varying levels of success last year. Prox, it was his debut in Tier 1, but with a Gentlemates team cursed to never achieve anything, and Magnum on a BBL roster that was so close to making global events, but didn't when he joined in Stage 2 and snubbed the opportunity to return to that level. Much better on that round. But still this op question being posed on A, and Liquid with a much more direct answer as they march up long to try and fight it now.
Yeah, the flash is going to deny GSR, has run it back.
Here.
So already there's ideas about heading elsewhere. Trying to deposit 1-0. Denied that opportunity, so now it's a pressure on Pretty really as they stop.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, Pretty need to get cleared out here if Kozzy can find it, but the flick doesn't pick him up, and Pretty actually just faking the TP, sticking around, wanting to hang here as Liquid Academy still have their sights set on this A execute.
Prox has an idea about it.
And Kozzy's leaving, so this is now becoming the slightly weaker site for Liquid to hit.
Beginning to doubt themselves, but as the utility comes back online, Team Liquid Academy send it towards that A site. Kozzy being brought back, called for, and unfortunately Alluri had to reload. It's Prox once again, but Team Liquid Academy to overrun the site. So Spike goes down, we're in post.
Line 1 flash to get back out of this smoke, but Magnum looks as if he's going heaven instead.
Yeah, a different avenue of approach to play off of the flash, but is it a mistake as the smoke goes? Flash out, does clear the close corner. Magnum's still in heaven, it can't even connect, so it's disconnected in the end, and Team Liquid Academy, they're gonna get the value from that.
The 4 rounds for Liquid Academy now. And every time Enterprise have come back with one of their own, the attack has had an equal response. They're gonna need to find themselves a few more though on this half, I think, if we're to be fully convinced of their haven. Still an attack-sided map at its roots with 3 sites. But from what we've seen from GSR so far, I've been very impressed. I just want to see what this Neon is then going to look like as a offensive pairing, really. Been decent at creating some of the space, but blindly committing into a few of these Cypher setups has been very difficult to trade.
Enemy tagged.
Don't know if...
I mean, Alluri's in a madman's position right now. I get that it's an eco. He's fully cleared out A long, and the rest of the team trying to work middle as Liquid are frozen in place statically in their own spawn.
Yeah, I think they thought there was a response, a reaction, and there has been, but they've just not identified it yet. They're all the way through grass.
Yeah, it's a 2-player walk up in this grass position. They're up so close. This is horrible for the op.
Yeah, and unfortunately it's the op that loses out, but the re-clear through, Pretty though losing out, and I thought for a minute Line getting that operator was going to be a real issue as Kozzy's blades to enter back into the B site, but not clearing the close corner is an issue, and that allows the spike to go down.
Kix is still hanging back in base just to make sure that there are no loose ends in this position. GSR does find a wandering Prox out in the grasslands there. Alluri and A-Link will be the final one of the Enterprise players, and having finally reset the economy and facing up against an eco, getting past it now, this is where Liquid Academy do begin to string rounds together. Coming into the next full purchase is a huge opportunity to make this half look incredibly good for themselves.
Yeah. The ultimates is what Enterprise will be using to springboard themselves on towards the I guess a way to eat into this advantage that Team Liquid Academy have built for themselves. Denying the operator. And, I mean, 1-0 not denied himself, so he's got his pick. He's already away. This could be a very quick execute.
Magnum dropped on B. Any potential setup is lost. Own operator on Kozi is able to pick one up from C long through the lens, and Lime flashes off the back of the initial contact. Both Phoenix players here rounding the default box from opposite sides. Going to the right is GSR, and with his hot hands falling at the feet of Liquid, they do step away to Garage. Or so you would think, actually. I think they anticipated a rotation. There wasn't one. There is now.
Yeah, they're running back. Just sent in, and Lime able to come out with one of his own, and kicks with a spam through. I don't know what's going on this round. It's a bit chaotic, but at least we're heading towards A, where Alluri is waiting.
Both the players running down short, so Alluri has a perfect reposition in long.
How perfect really is it? This is given the opportunity, not accounted for, and the info dart sent out. It's going to delay Rex and his reappraisal of this role, of the villain in Enterprise's story. Doesn't work out within two between these two.
It's a 2-round gap, which is favouring Enterprise at this point in time, because as long as they can just keep breathing down Liquid Academy's neck, I think they should be serviceable for that second half. Well played from Alluri here, as it's a very chaotic conclusion, one which is by Liquid's own design. I think they could probably have avoided that kind of situation. But looking at the ultimates that were invested from the defense there, Liquid still have a few of their own to try and play with.
Yeah, it's them coming into their own ultimate cycle as well.
Yeah,
Similar story.
Enterprise are still really poor here too. They've got 3 players low creds. This round means so much if Liquid win it.
Big swing round then, and already Kix has got it started off perfectly. That smoke dissipating in heaven, though, is going to allow an angle to come through, but just sending it in with a judge is 1-0, and that's got to be frustrating for Alluri. Not given his opportunity to get active, Lime himself getting active and bringing things what I thought was within touching distance, not the case. The jet dash away. Enterprise trying their very best to get out, but I think at this point you're already thinking about the curtain call. Kozi's going to be the one to try and get back in, but overall Team Liquid Academy have this on lock, have sights on 6, and have the opportunity to make Enterprise really sweat.
No charges.
Prox at the very least is going to pick up pretty, but there's cash to go around on the Liquid Academy side, something which you can't say for Enterprise. This rifle needs to live into the next, and I think it will. Panzeri doing a brilliant job at actually just picking up the judge and stopping that retake at close range. Looking at it here, no, because of the loss bonus and the win on the previous round, actually Enterprise haven't managed to fully recover. So a huge opportunity beckons Liquid Academy here to find a 7th and secure that advantage on the half, with the view to find at least 8 rounds, really.
I think it's got to be 8 at a bare minimum, considering the start. Kozi already so far forward, rifle being gifted to him by his teammate of Prox. As he looks to go through the smoke. Pretty's heard everything.
Here.
Yeah, Kozi should be smart enough not to plunge into the darkness when the smoke does finally fade. Will lose his life. Lime on the Sheriff, also with a nice kill in middle, but Pretty again just fully shuts down that A lobby push. 1-0 catching off Lime on the reposition as well, as he made his way over from B to C, leaving only Magnum behind in the middle, and Alluri as the sole A defender. He doesn't last for very long. Pretty has reclaimed the entirety of the right-hand side of the map. 1-0 is out of bullets and out of chances to find Magnum, but Liquid Academy have their round.
7 confirmed, advantage taken, and Magnum looking to rescue the rifle overall has it. Enterprise just seem very unlike themselves in a way, right? Like they're going for these uncharacteristic fights, going for a chance where they're trying to, in a way, like, how to put it, they're trying to be a little bit more chaotic, a little bit more aggressive, and it's just not working out. Team Liquid Academy are so ready for it.
We've seen teams play against this kind of style before and need to learn what it takes to actually beat it. Especially in EMEA, I think the learnings for a lot of the rosters, especially the old guard, have been against the Turkish teams, like the Eternal Fires of the world. The New Look Foot, for example. And one of the teams I would argue has benefited the most from a change in their structure and having a bit more of a concrete leadership is Vitality, where when they were previously such a loose team, they couldn't go against those chaotic styles. Now I favor them to do so more. And just looking at the player cams as well, something we didn't have last time we saw these teams play, pretty incredibly vocal on that A pressure and just coming that back to the rest of his team. Someone who has got a lot of praise in the community for his ability. He wouldn't be on this Liquid team without that kind of track record, without that CV. Actually seeing it in practice is a different thing though, and for the amount of grand finals where, you know, he's always been the bridesmaid, never the bride, this would be the one, I think, that actually makes you believe heading into stage 2 of EMEA and obviously stage 3 as our qualifier for the end of the year.
So with the timeout done and ready to head back in, as you said, people with their minds elsewhere in this year. Enterprise, they already set the expectation early on. If you remember, we had the interview with Itapata. He said there will be performance dips. There will not always be this high level. And he's trying to fight that low level right now as the push comes through after the timeout, and Causey already caught out. Oh. Unbelievable from Team Liquid Academy so far. It has to be said, mechanically, they have not missed a beat, and Enterprise are left scratching their heads as where to go next.
I think Pretty's just seen Magnum in middle here as well. With GSR finding Lime from CT2. It's a flawless attack side round from Liquid Academy. That was the buy. It's a very similar approach from Enterprise, who's trying to exploit the A space, but the result is equally poor. Fantastic read from the in-game leader of Liquid Academy. You have to give the credit when it's been earned. And just bouncing off of what you were saying, yeah, I mean, think back to last stage. Enterprise actually lost this fixture in the run-up to the grand final, and we thought that was the game, that they have the let-off, right? It was MIR this stage, so
yeah,
for it to happen 2 times back-to-back, I would be very, very surprised to see.
A different approach. Prox was going from up high. That's a kill switch you do not want to hit. GSR still just sending it through. Entry pick on towards Magnum. Kicks getting the spam. And a 5 versus 3 in which Enterprise have to recover from.
Such an intelligent spam from Kicks as well. Just stops the players flooding into backside C once GSR creates that space. Pretty spotted a Luri on the walkout. It's as easy as they get. And already Liquid Academy are in a position for post-plant. Unless the Duelists can do something to salvage the round here.
Yeah, it would be mental. GSR is so far away, and unfortunately they can. It's a flawless round of which we've seen many. Team Liquid Academy with the best start possible on Haven.
It's another 9-3 half for Liquid Academy. This time it's on their pick. Couple of bumps in the road where it looked like Enterprise might have done enough on their defense. It's going to be a bare minimum which they take outside of the opening 12, and I'm not sure if they'll have done enough to recover this one. We'll have to see after the break.
Well, with that being said, this is not the scoreline that we expected at all. Enterprise are down 9-3 on the second map. Team Liquid Academy's pick, but one which Enterprise are known for being strong at, has a potentially 2-0. Do you fear for Enterprise's chances?
You have to at this stage with how hamstrung they have become at the start of this. And now short. Liquid would still need to win one of Bind, Lotus or Fracture. And I have to say, as the veto drags on, it's where we really get to the limits of both of these teams' map pool, in my opinion. Just have to see. But Enterprise, right now, ready to bear on down on Rex. He is the solo C-side player, and he is put in a box by Kozi.
Yeah, Kozi being the one to get the kills. I mean, we've seen this before. We've seen pistol rounds go the other way, especially with GSR still alive. He's the man that you have to be scared of here.
Chance. Oh, I was going to say for a flash recon. GSR gets a couple, though. Leaves kicks in his wake. Molly stops him for a second, and I don't think the tick damage would have been heard either. Or on the second time around. Kicks wants to close that gap with the frenzy. Not going to be enough. Enterprise get the second pistol as Liquid did the first and the 9-3. I'm not sure how much I expect this map to be the same as the last.
Player standing.
I've got to say, there is definitely headroom here for Enterprise to get back into this one.
Yeah, well, the thing is, though, is Team Liquid Academy's defensive side record is pretty good. That's the worrying aspect for Enterprise. It ends up resting about a 65% win rate.
Find their weakness.
Right now, is GSR pretty leading the line. We need to see the rest step up for Team Liquid Academy to close this one out as well.
Potentially, I think I'm fairly happy with the performances so far, just based on the system that they found value from. A lot of that attack side was sort of built around those moments, but the positioning enabled it, and having actualized the 6-round lead, Enterprise do want to strip it down to 4. They've identified the initial C-long stack, but that has retooled with a couple more players now slotting into backside.
Kozi taking his time with the acceleration, and 1-0 just gaining the information that's needed. I'm expecting both players to not really move from here and hope to keep things at close quarters engagements, but they do peak out in the end, and well, yeah, it's going to be what you expected. With Enterprise in this position, it's GSR to do the exact same as Live, get one kill and then die. Interesting as well as Cam, GSR's talking a lot.
Was just about to say, Liquid's hopes aren't riding on him winning out this 1 versus 4, but the first kill is a positive start at the very least. One less weapon for Enterprise. When you look at it, Vandal, Bulldog, Outlaw, it's going to be a strong bonus that they can show for us in this situation. GSR does have to run it back online though through that kill, so a pretty big opportunity for Liquid Academy to kind of close it up here before they get led down a dark path, Cairo.
Yeah, I think that's the question that we've got to be having right now. And I mean, to be fair, on Split they were able to close it out, but can Team Liquid close this out before they let Enterprise back in? That's for this map, that's for the series, considering the advantage that they've already been able to take.
I think if Liquid do somehow get to a position where Enterprise can steal this map away from them, that's when I then favour Enterprise to go on and win the series. Haven has to stick, and with Kozi trying to do the solo default on A, we used to have the Yoru player do this. Kozi used to play Yoru, that's good, but Jet not offered the same kind of mobility with the kit.
Yeah.
Get out of jail free. And there is punishment there from the advanced position of 1-0.
It's a Luri just solo here with the spike, which I was a little bit worried about. And still continuing on, this is 1-0 of all people.
Yeah,
not something
and
you want to
he's
be
actually
walking into.
spotted a Luri there as well. So looks like the call from Liquid Academy is group up and retake sewers, maybe even get 1-0 on that long line again. It's information which they'd love to have a little sooner because Enterprise getting ready to take B.
Yeah, but still not GSR identified, and that's the biggest issue. The players go walking right into the crosshair. Can they deny Team Liquid Academy the round? There's already, there's a rifle recovered and Proc's taking extra space. So it's pressure on Kicks in 1-0 to close this one out. But it's 1-0, of course, who's been top of the pops. One of the top boys at Team Liquid Academy seem to rely on time and time again. That dart not good. Paranoia flung out on the spike is Kicks and 1-0 to close things out. Double digits found, Hazza, most importantly.
Yeah, I just think Kicks is so good in these micro situations at playing off of a teammate. There he knows that he's blinded in the corner but shows his face anyway just to give that little bit of extra space to 1-0 and ends up winning it on the blind fire. Pretty maybe playing things a little too soon there in the 3 versus 2 because there was a double flank coming in, but Liquid Academy in terms of how they've grown as a roster and as a 5 really impressed me.
Well, Hazza impressed. Can they impress the rest of us? Enterprise are not really interacting with this A side of the map and looking to head back at B again.
Yeah, just going for this direct hit once more. Alluri has ult, so if he can find a tag, he'll maybe be looking for a kill off of it. It's GSR popping his own ultimate first, though. Finds Lime through the corner of the wall. Is that where the ult comes in to try and find the body? It is, but 1-0's actually seeing if he can tie up the loose ends on this A lobby wrap at the same time.
Yeah, I'm loving this from him. Although the drone already is cleared out the back of B site, so it's all towards the players on the front. And Enterprise, I think, so far have made things pretty secure overall. The rest of the attackers holding things down, and yeah, Rex, I think it's time to save that rifle.
Yeah, it will be. It's a situation which Liquid Academy are unable to rectify this time around. And Enterprise get a 6th, which they need to stay in this game. We're a similar game state to Split, but I think you can see that there's plenty more runway for Enterprise to actually get into this attack side. And having only lost what was their bonus so far, Liquid Academy still have work to do. In terms of their extremity control, everything other than B, I've been mightily impressed, though. This is an eco, and that would make it 3 rounds.
I can't remember the last time I've seen Team Liquid Academy on an eco excluding a pistol round, which is something that I never thought I'd see, and I've seen that phrase a lot this game so far. I mean, 1-0 does have his ulti, and that's the scary part about this one.
Yeah, the info A-long is nice, but Liquid Academy really want this short contact. Actually, they just play the piece ahead of time. 1-0 chasing up with the overdrive, but unfortunately the rest of Enterprise heading elsewhere. Oh. And it's not into the Phantom of Rex turned. He has to flank them through Garage, as the rest of Enterprise have gone up the guts and into the C site.
Yeah, chance but identified, so that's the issue. The rest of the bodies for Team Liquid Academy ready to fight back in if they really want to, make an issue of themselves.
Spike planted.
Rex turned just spamming away, hoping that the feed is going to light up and he can open his account. All goes in from 1-0. First signs of life brewing on this retake for Liquid Academy. Actually, with the blind missing Rex, it was a chance for him to get into a fight instead. The TP from Pretty is the first of the fallen. And the rest will go. Kozzy delivering a bullet to Kicks. That will be all in round 17. It's a 7th for Enterprise and that 3-round gap that we spoke of.
Yeah, they're getting one step closer. And when does Bacon time out? Does he want to time out? Does he want to allow a chance for the Enterprise coaches to also talk to their players when things haven't looked as convincing as maybe the round count would have said?
I think at this stage right now, you play out this gun round. If it doesn't stick, then you time out. Because as much as you can talk of giving 60 seconds to the other team, Enterprise still have both timeouts. They haven't invested them yet. So Liquid Academy have to focus on themselves. Wanzeru's op does get noted in the opening 15 seconds. Placed on C with a trap going down in front of it from Rextoned. Cypher and the Neon operating in the same area of the map as you start to see this mid-round re-clear come through from Kix's drone. Not sure if it's going to see Lime, and it doesn't.
Lime is supported by the cam just in case anyone was coming up short, but finally takes his time in, and Kix would have just seen the Phoenix. In fact, well, certainly feels that the Phoenix is close by after those bullets hitting him. Meanwhile, Enterprise have been working elsewhere on the map, and you're worried about Rex in this position.
Yeah, Enterprise have cemented their authority in Garage, but Wanzeru just moves off the line as Kozi cuts in. And with that, now Enterprise set up for this full C split. Rexstone still anchoring down backside, both cages opened up, and Kozi diving through does enough damage to let Lime's Molly take off the rest of the job. GSR flashes in solo, and he can't get the work done either. The run it back, no value as for now from Lime. Short-handed by a player, Liquid Academy might not even want to attempt this retake.
They're going for it anyway.
Gonna give it a go. Pretty still with the paranoia. Not opting for the blind just yet as it's a three-player phase. Two taken down. Kix only needs one more target. A bullet in the chamber and 8 more in the magazine.
Oh,
he runs through a couple of them to just try and move the needle. He has spotted Alluri. A dart and a couple more shocks to play from here. Tap after tap, Kix is just baiting for an engagement, but Alluri continues to play a patient game. The captain knows all too well the tricks of Kix, and with that, it's just 2 rounds that separate the teams.
If there was anyone to depend upon there, it felt like it had to be Kix. And while GSR has been good himself, Kix, as you said, in little moments like that, has proven time and time again why he was in VCT. It's unfortunate not to get the win, but overall, Team Liquid Academy still keeping things honest between the two.
Yeah, look, you're on Sheriffs now though, and this is where it gets to crunch time. Liquid Academy fail to find a, shock eco win here. You're pressing timeout ready for the gun rounds.
Watch your eyes.
Oh.
Stay down.
Okay, GSR able to get one
Oh.
of his own, but it's Kozi and Magnum to combine. Enterprise right now are within 1 round at this moment in time, or they will be at the very least. You're expecting that to be the case, but Kix is still alive, and he's ahead of the curve in terms of the rotate.
Yeah, Sova, Sheriff, clutch on C. Usually it would be the attacker if that was going to happen. Into this retake, it's just way too much to ask of Kix. Damage would be nice. Enterprise have built up quite a bit of bankroll at this point in time now, though, so they can be looking at distributing the ult points accordingly. It's Alluri that wants it, and he's the one wrapping around the other side. A step closer to the Hunter's Fury, and a 1-round game in map number 2. Liquid only have 1 round of their own in this second half on that defender's side, which you were saying is the stronger of the two.
Yeah, I'm wondering when does, at this point though, right, Bacon has to time out. Like, we've played 7 rounds, you've only won 1, and maybe the defense side calling isn't that bad, but like, just to have a respite at one point, right?
I completely feel what you're saying. We've seen these teams go blow for blow on either half. They've taken a meal of it, and I don't know how that op shot doesn't land. Hunter's Fury isn't going to either. Feels like a little bit of desperation here from Liquid Academy, maybe. As Rexstone is playing off of double kill trips on A, but Lime has anticipated the setup and already broken the first plus the spy cam. Actually leaving behind Alluri late round here with a drone and a recon to maybe sell a little bit of pressure on A. But Liquid Academy already look like they're happy to play retake there with GSR's ultimate. So depends if this is a full committal or not.
So I think at this point in time with Causey
the spike,
and Magnum just heading towards C by themselves, sure this would be a faking 1-0! It's completely wiped him out. Put Team Liquid Academy in a 5 versus 3.
That is a thunderous spray down. And now Liquid Academy get to play their retake 5 versus 3, but Enterprise trying to interrupt it. Oh, they found the kills!
Yeah, they certainly look to have. At this moment in time though, GSR's run it back, is at least able to get one. Procs
gone through heaven,
making things even. 2v2, trying to get through this wall, and it's just not going to happen. Lime got his own run it back, and the round's already won. I'm struggling for words here, Hazard.
Look, a misclick from Lime at the end there will cost him his own ultimate, which could have been so precious in this final stretch now for Enterprise, but it's a 1-3 versus 5, doing exactly the kind of things that you need to in a position where you're at the back foot. The A site's still notoriously hard to retake, even with that kind of two-player advantage. So they go and hunt for the jewels in CT. And with a double kill there, Liquid still can't find liftoff. The timeout comes in, but yeah, it does maybe feel like it's a step too late.
I think, like, is it a step too late? Is this to stop the tilt? Like, it needs to stop the rot. That's really the answer. And the question right now as well is for Team Liquid Academy, they have to face up against what is Enterprise's ultimate cycle. Lime maybe using his run it back a little bit too proactively. Overall, I think Enterprise are in a very strong position to go and close this map out. And I think that's the question, right? To Team Liquid Academy reset from that mental boom? We'll need to see now as we head into the next round post-timeout.
And it's Liquid Academy trying to fight the A lobby space again in this situation. No sniper out for the defenders. But Causey's on an outlaw and he's hoping to punish one of these weaker targets, of which everyone on Liquid Academy is in one-shot range of the 140 weapon. As you say, they've got to feel confident in the game plan. Maybe just a bit of a reset required heading into this round. And a refocus as it's Wanzeru, the one that's hot under the collar in this situation. GSR has to trade out this position, but Magnum's so quick to cross. Doesn't give him half a chance to try and find the jewel, but GSR even then will manage to get a couple and find his man on the 180.
Yeah, but I think at this point in time, a 2 versus 3 feels so out of the wheelhouse of the last two remaining players.
I mean, still winnable though, and still has to be if you're Liquid Academy. This was the investment. Whatever comes after this, you are at a disadvantage with Enterprise taking the lead for the first time in this map. Should they be able to bring it over the line? An 11th queued up and a recon dropping in. Smoke for Pretty still yet to come back up, so no cover, just the cage. Rexstone not in position to find the player that he would have been looking for, so he's forced to leave. Procs hoping to chase him down, and Rex at the very least will be able to cut off the German there, but Enterprise are in front. And your worst fears on the Liquid side are starting to become real.
Yeah, it's starting to manifest right in this comeback from Enterprise. So far it's been a pretty, I'd say, decent map, but it's really come down to individuals overall. GSR dropping 25 is insane. But with one last rifle round to deny Enterprise 12, you lose this, and the map goes to Enterprise.
Gotta go.
Liquid still basing their defensive hold off of this 3-player A setup. A triage of blue shirts ready to receive. It's only GSR and his 25 kills in sewers. He'll make it 26. Offering relief and marshalling the situation for the Liquid troops again. It's Prox that's gone. Raid boss on the other side of the server. So Enterprise have to find a solution, but they have not struggled in doing that so far.
Crossfire towards B main. Players trying to walk through the smoke.
And there's nothing indicative on the Enterprise side either, so GSR has to keep his wits about him, needs to be on high alert. Pretty almost caught sleeping himself, spamming away at the garage wall as Lime cuts across with the Blaze. And actually, it's this embedded position from Rex and C-Long that could prove to be the biggest issue, but it seems as if he has been cleared out by the drone, and Magnum is the one covering the corner there. Kozzy going deep behind enemy lines to pick up Pretty too. So Enterprise set up for 12 here, unless the 2v3 can be overturned.
In 2v4 with kicks and 1-0, you'd fancy it. And there's utility there to help them out.
Kix has the dart up, but it's Wanzeru's wall out of all the utility in the world that you'd love in this situation. Still a stun maybe to catch a cornered player. It does get fired out in the end, but it's a blank that Liquid have been firing for this defender's side so far. Enterprise only losing 1 round on the way, on the warpath. And when we looked at this veto, we spoke about it so many times. This had to be the one that Liquid win. A loss on this map, to me, feels almost catastrophic for their chances in the best of 5.
I think it is. I think it really would be. I think as soon as you let Enterprise back in, it's like letting the monster out the cage. They get the confidence back. They start to feel a lot like themselves. And this can go either which way. GSR trying to be aggressive. The flash obviously being denied through the cage. And Enterprise are letting Team Liquid Academy make the moves.
At the very least, we are guaranteed to go to a 4th map in this series, Lotus. If Liquid Academy fail to close here. Actually, it just froze for a second. Kozzy was aware of the corner, though. Does find Kix.
Oh, and unfortunately, yeah, it's not getting any better because as GSR goes back, it's easily found out. And yeah, Enterprise on the warpath, ready to win this map here and now.
Lime onboarding the ultimate just to make sure that the site is as clear as it can be. Brings Pretty out of the woodwork. Alluri signing on the dotted line. Enterprise have done the almost unthinkable. It would be if it wasn't Enterprise. A team which has dominated the most lofty parts that the mountain that Northeast has to offer. And again, in searching for a record equaling 4th title in these parts, Liquid Academy are going to be on the receiving end of their own map pick. A map which they really should have won from the 9-3 half, but with such minimal returns in the seconds there, it is the start of what could be the end of their Grand Finals campaign. But we'll have to see. It's the kind of momentum knock which is so difficult to recover from.
Yeah, it is. And just to kind of give you a stat line from Haven to show you how good it is for Enterprise, Hazza, in 18 rounds played, they've only ever lost 1. So that round count has now been doubled to 2, but it shows you just how good this attack side calling is from Alluri and how good Enterprise can be when they wake up.
Coming out of the map, of course, there is going to be time for Liquid Academy to breathe, mentally reset, find a way in themselves to get this back on side. But it sort of remains to be seen what actually happens when we go map to map. I mean, like I said, Bind is up next. We've seen them play it once. They were running Gecko ISO on that one. So some huge question marks around what they end up bringing out there. And of course, we'll discuss that in detail when we get to the desk. But as it stands on Haven, this was the banker really for me, and that the opportunity to give themselves 3 maps to then close out this series. Now they're at even footing with Enterprise heading into their own pick, and as strong as Split looked, sure, you then start to wonder how the rest of this veto is going to look. I know that Liquid have the game plans, I know they have the quality, it's just the execution that was completely missing from the second half of that one.
Yeah, it really was. So if you want to see if you want to see the next map, that's one thing. In my head, I thought it was the final map, but if you want to see the next map, stick around to after this break.
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Don't wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Planted, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it, yeah. Elevate bars, I regulate, yeah. UK, wheel up the tune, just meditate. If it didn't get it by 9, then it kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last, celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Don't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. Too bad, these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them bombs, she's back again. Oh, cause the little fire in the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Icon.
You're a waterfall, I'm a fire. No surprise we don't go together, but it took us a while before we figured it out. What a shame. I'm not asking you for closure, I just want it to be over. We don't need to break up if we were never aligned. Is that okay? I shouldn't be yours if it means changing who I am to get us through. You shouldn't be mine because you're you. I've had enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanted love, but
Hello everyone and welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast. We're into the grand finals and the scoreline is currently tied at 1 apiece. Enterprise responding on Liquid's own map pick, and I've got to say it looked like Liquid had that one all wrapped up. A huge opportunity missed for them in this veto process in the best of 5 and our final grand final.
Yeah, it felt as if that last map of Haven, if they had won it, they would have been putting so much pressure on towards Enterprise. But instead, they missed their opportunity hazard. So now we go into this third map, and I'm starting to slowly favour Enterprise.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be right. I think that was the general sentiment coming into the day, but seeing Split from Liquid and then how they started on Haven, there had to be plenty of promise around this team and what exactly it was that they were capable of doing. But now we look to Bind, and I think for me, I said it at the start of the day, this was the biggest unknown, and there you go. Liquid played this comp the last time we saw them on the map, and clearly Bacon has belief in the theory behind it because they're going to bring it out again. ISO and Gecko, both agents, you know, heavily underplayed in the current iteration of the meta that we're seeing at the moment, Cairo. Whereas Enterprise, it's the tried and true. We've seen them get results on it in every event so far this year. Your thoughts and feelings on this agent select?
Yeah, I think it's one that's going to be awkward for Enterprise to deal with, one that they won't have many reps against, and I think that's the biggest point here is what do Enterprise really have to respond to Liquid Academy's wacky comp, let's be honest. I think overall though, Enterprise, they've shown Bind time and time again, and we know how good they are on it.
Yeah, I think this Liquid Academy composition does have promise. The win conditions for it, for me, kicks, especially on the attack side, it's got to be picking up every one of those Gecko globules. Of course, in the recent patch changes, or I say recent, since this year, you're now able to pick Mosh back up again, the Molly, so you can use that for a second time. That's the strength that you get from him where you don't from other initiators, and where I think a lot of people were potentially anticipating Gecko to see a little bit more playtime in this meta just based on the cooldowns that we got coming into this season of Valorant. So that's something to be thinking about, something you've got to be keeping your eyes on throughout this one. And then also on the ISO, I guess it just enables GSR's individual style of play, the same sort of similar way to what we get from the Phoenix, but just giving him a second lease on life with those shields. So that in practice should be what we're getting from it. How that homogenizes, how that actually comes together, remains to be seen.
Yeah, I would agree, right? And I think the other aspect to this, right, why Gecko over Sky? And obviously I know that like we've already spoke about it, right? But I want to see that in practice. That's the question that I'm really asking here. Not that, oh, why theoretically are we doing it that way? No, why are we doing it this? What's the plan of action from Team Liquid Academy? And how well thought out is this going to be? Because the last time that they played it was against Bitfix Gaming in lower round 3. It's a long way away from then. And Enterprise are a completely different opponent to be challenged against.
One of the interactions that we've got to be thinking about as well is with the Chamber on Enterprise's side. I suppose GSR playing the ISO is almost a direct answer to that with the shield. So something to be thinking about as this one progresses. It is Liquid beginning on the attack side, and already you can see with players queuing up at the barrier for a fast A play through the Neon. 1-0 wasting no time to take lamps for himself.
Yeah, I don't think Team Liquid are wasting any time themselves, right? They're already in, utility wasted, and Rex under fire next. This is a big 1 versus 1, one which she will win, and one that we're expecting to go to post in.
Liquid Academy have started on the attack of every map that they've played so far. And they've won every single pistol. This is a 5 versus 2 and a great opportunity to make it 3 from 3 in their openers. It looks like that is going to be the case, provided any Alluri heroics.
Yeah, I don't think there is going to be any here. Team Liquid Academy answer first, and every time they've got the pistol round, they've looked excellent in that first half. They did it on Split, they did it on Haven. Can they do it again on Bind? You'd expect so. And we're already seeing the pace that could really upset what Enterprise want to do on their defense.
I know that ISO only has one undercut now, one suppression, decay, whatever you want to call it. But the length of it's pretty strong, and you already saw how GSR was playing to set up 1-0 in that A line. This ISO, as I already mentioned, is going to be great for shutting down Lime when he wants to play in your face. A lot of that does rely on timings, though, and as you can see here, he is just probing away on the left-hand side now of A short to see if he can pick up Rextone. Sheriff spotted, so he knows this is almost a fair fight. If anything, it favors Lime with his TP, but eventually leaves and sets up with this information 3 players on the B site where Liquid are headed.
Need to pay attention. Every nook and cranny needs to be cleared. Team Liquid Academy take the time coming back in. Hookah finally cleared out, but it's Magnum who activates first. Not thinking about the other side as GSR actually loses out to a classic. These pistols getting work done as the players stop for a moment. 1-0 goes for the full wraparound. This is a Marshall in hand. It's not a close quarters weapon, but he makes it look like it. Brilliant stuff. And a double up in rounds.
Yeah, 1-0 the Wizard in the end. Spike plant doesn't go in, so 300 extra creds for every player missing. I think honestly this is just getting it past the post for Liquid Academy. Not the cleanest of rounds, but majority weapons kept, and yeah, a swing at a bonus now, where we're going to be seeing them conditioning the A hit, and I think all of the pressure, all of the reliance of this to hold is on Prox from the corner.
Causey looking to get himself up on towards Truck. This is something different that we've not seen before, and it's going to net a kill as the Bucky sends, and 1-0 not able to get reset for the second. So still 3-4, 3-on-3. Causey just even going into the molly, disrespecting everything the Enterprise throw at him.
Dog coming out to clear it as well. Liquid players on site.
Yeah, and Enterprise ready to clear out. It's just kicks now, and unfortunately, it's Causey's ace that shuts everything down.
I gotta say, I'm so impressed with Causey, and there's a reason why we highlighted him alongside GSR as the 2 big name talents to emerge from this region over the last year or so. The ones you're expecting almost mandatory to be in VCT next year. There's the reposition top site there to help support on the execution. Hinder misses 1-0, but obviously cuts off the rest. You saw the idea of the decay to try and set up the Bucky for more damage, but expertly handled, and Liquid already sort of all in on this B-long play.
It feels as if they're very quick to activate, but Causey the one able to find the lurker. There goes Rex. There is pretty close by, but he takes things up pretty slowly, and that's allowed Causey to hold on to short.
I mean, the fact that Kix is coming in from Sand with the spike here is probably the biggest issue about the execute right now. 1-0 is testing them in sight, but Magnum's still left behind.
And pretty already. Somehow beating Causey, not a fight that I would have favoured him in, and Magnum missing his chance to catch the players that were rotating out. So we do find ourselves 4-on-4. Magnum's going to be a late lock, so keep your eye on that once he gets close.
Kix has a molly in this situation, hasn't recovered the wingman, but playing fairly aggressive on site. You're expecting this to just drop in and cut off the retake, which is happening in backside right now. Flank from Magnum coming in.
Good pop flash, straight out of the smoke, and Magnum into position but isn't able to beat GSR. So with the ultimate online, the kill contract, he'll win his one-on-one, and Prox now has got to beat the ISO. Time low, does GSR, he doesn't even second guess it, waits for the second tap, it's halved, and the swing through looks good. Only a little bit of HP left on GSR and Prox. 30 HP on either side. And it's GSR who comes out on top. Time was getting low for that defuse. And GSR makes good of the fight.
Yeah, it's very well done from GSR. The ult is a bit scary though, because it was a 2-on-2 on site. So actually left Kix and Prox behind in a situation where Kix ends up going down and GSR has to win the rest of the round himself. But a well-managed mid-round after initial proactivity shown from Enterprise. They love playing with this 3-player pack in A short. Whether it's Lime who can get out easily or someone else like Causey. Again, the pair of duelists trying to create early space, and 1-0 does get through into Hookah.
Yeah, Causey has the ultimate as well. Obviously, refracts back straight away. There was a set piece queued up towards shops, but it can't buy anything, and it seems as if Rex could perhaps buy an open site.
A couple players here still 3 versus 2 on the site, and Kozi defends it well. Taking the TP is a death sentence for Kicks, and with Rex left behind in showers, it's a long road back to salvation in this round. Liquid have been good at early leads, but into the second gun round here, it's not going to go their way. The timing's off as well, and so Magnum cleans it in the end.
No one will remember them.
I want to say, Cairo, yeah, Enterprise are looking so good with these walkdowns at the moment. And Liquid Academy, they're so all in certain areas of the map. 1-0, if you can't find that opening pick, then there's no follow-up, there's no trade. First timeout from Bacon.
It's the first time that he's timed out first, right? That as well, that's the other thing to think about. And it's as you say, like, we're just seeing time and time again, Team Liquid Academy panicked when Enterprise are starting to push them.
Technically, he did time out first on the last map as well, but it was, I would say, 22 rounds in, maybe? So, very tonally different to this one. And you still have to have the previous map in the back of your minds if you're Liquid. I know that they want to try and mentally reset, but it's at this stage in the game now where really we need to see them find a way to course correct. I would argue that actually the way that things have gone are pretty similar to the Na'Vi series that we saw yesterday, where Liquid opened up brilliantly, ended up losing the following 2 to then go ahead and win the final 2 maps in the veto themselves. And I guess that's where Lotus could be the saving grace, but you don't want to have to rely on it against Enterprise.
No, you do not. Got to rely on yourselves. 1-0. Where are we going? Straight into sight and get it. Okay, fair enough, mate. Still comes out with a rifle, and that can be chucked across the GSR if needed, but Lime's quick on the mark. Gets rid of the ISO, and 1-0 now has to get to the main pack, as Prox is already wanting to take the next duel. Pretty alone. And as quick as we saw that first pick taken by 1-0, this round is over.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way. 1-0, though, does find another through the Phantom. And now, it was a 1-on-3, but he's a kill deep. And with the high gear, repositions in time. Kozi's set up here in short. I think that should be enough.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you fancy this? Asking the question, but I think as Kozi looks to round the corner, he'll take what is his. So all even once again, 3-3. And ultimates online on either side.
This was nice from Maluri. Against the Eco, of course, I think the initial setup to find that first pick was brilliant from 1-0. Disrespecting the Viper molly. And knowing that he would be good to take on, you know, a shot or 2 if Enterprise aren't playing with the shotguns themselves. And here it's where they go back to A and where that threat persists against Prox, but does have an ulti to counter it this time.
Oh, the Flash hasn't got anything either, but they know there's bodies on the line here, and that's why there's respect shown. I mean, a good combination of ultimates, and it will cook 1-0 in the end. That spike's still not down, and Enterprise are ready for this retake.
Yeah, because Liquid Academy know that Enterprise have lamps. They're trying to take it back.
Yeah, they want it back. Is it that important? That's the question. As Allure puts himself in a bad spot. Rex taking out Kozi. And it's all about this next duel that really decides where this one goes. And it seems to have worked out in Enterprise's favour. As it's just a 3 versus 2 now. Line making his way over. And it's Team Liquid Academy in the end who come out on top.
Yeah, Allure was detained for so long there. Finally gets caught. I don't think Kix was able to recollect the ultimate, so no additional utility for them here. The wall won't provide anything really for Liquid from this position, but a healthy Lime against 2 softened targets is one which can very well go on to win this clutch.
The fact that Kix has just got the thrash back might have just signed Lime's death warrant. As we see the Thrash clearing out, finally it'll see the chamber and yeah,
Knives are out.
Ready to get the last kill, and unfortunately Kix is going to deny GSR. So with that being said, I don't know if that was a mistake. The kill
GSR
contract
was one from his ultimate.
Yeah,
so...
exactly.
Yeah, that's one for review for sure. But I think,
Yeah,
look,
look
I'm loving how pacey this Liquid Academy team are looking, and just that constant threat is forcing Enterprise to adjust their defensive game plans a little bit. You're seeing how quickly they're forced to forfeit a lot of that space. Gets really uncomfortable trying to play from backside a lot of the time. I think you'll see it in your ranked games on Bind. If you've not got a good anchor, the A site is horrible to try and play from, and it's a sort of similar situation here. They're very, reactive. They want to try and take space for themselves, and you can see Lime has Fountain already cleared out himself.
Oh,
that's GSR's arm.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get the head, and the rest of the body's full.
This is a mixed buy.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all. Enterprise, I think they've already done what they needed to do. Unless 1-0 has something to say about it. Oh, the iPad
you've got to be kidding.
Surely not. Oh, I was waiting for the next player. Well done, 1-0. 2v1 and both players are on pistols. Gets the spike back, needs to consider the corner. Finally dies, and 1-0's on for the clutch. It was a mixed buy, sure, but it had to come down to winning all four duels, for 1-0, and he's done just that. So with a really bolt and time to play with, he takes his time. It's this operator that's a real issue, because 1-0 is just thinking about, does he want to be in the open?
That's the thing, any contact clear is a risk that 1-0 is taking, but as you say, slide, stun, and an ult if he needs it to reset that slide. There are ways that he can break Lime's line, and with planting on triple, now the defender knows exactly where he is.
Yeah, oh, 1-0!
Oh, no way!
Just jumps up for the spot and gives Lime his chance. Will deny the clutch, but it was a fantastic attempt, but an even better round from Enterprise.
What a shot through the box from Lime. Take nothing away from 1-0's effort in the clutch. A great bit of discipline to make it a possibility in the first place. But that little jump up was just too much to give away to Lime. It's a shame. As I said, he had the slide, he could reset it with his ult. He had so many ways to try and play that. But a good bit of shooting makes it 4-all. And Liquid still failing to carve out a real advantage for themselves on this attack side.
Well, unfortunately, 1-0 suppressed, so he's not going to be the one leading the line here. And there's a kill contract. Is it going to clear out most of site? It is, so you're going to get nothing back, just clear space.
Yeah, the wall from Magnum here, though, is forcing for Liquid Academy to be fighting from on-site. The potential of a retake is there. So the pick goes up and GSR's looking elbow.
Yeah,
he does get caught by procs.
Yeah, I'll be looking on the spectator screen now, mate, as Pretty is able to take out Lime. Magnum all the way past the wall. Here in the steps is 1-0, but he only had a bucky, and that's the issue. As Pretty comes out of nowhere like a boss. And now, Team Liquid Academy up to 5.
Yeah. It's those damn buses, man. I feel like whenever you're waiting for one to arrive, it never turns up, and then
I can't believe rather than analyse that round, you're analysing the call.
Come on, mate. It's Polaris. This is what it's all about. Yeah, I mean, it was such a chaotic round, honestly. It was hard to get a picture of what was exactly happening there, but a lot of ultimates are invested, and I think that's got to be the bottom line. Enterprise still pretty close to a few of their own, and Lime has repurchased the operator here. Important to mention, as everybody passed in the previous. He's out in sand earlier, and actually they're just going to gamble on this, that it is the A take which Liquid Academy are setting up for.
Yeah, the Thrash as well, not even a hit, but GSR still makes good of it, and that's what you want. Causey's Bandit, I mean, still able to hit heads, it's Causey, right? That's what you expect. So Wingman gets the spike down, and we reset, but I don't think it's much of a reset, because Enterprise have flooded the backside, ready to go, ready to fight, and Lime's brilliant with the Operator as expected. Kicks, trying to hold things down, trying to stop players getting close, but the reposition looking good. Going to use the Thrash. Yep, trying to come back in, and Rex the one to get the next kill. It's all about defusing that spike, denying any opportunity as Rex, and it's back to 1v1 against GSR and Lime. And you know from last time that Lime would make no mistakes.
Yeah, Lime in that situation, able to win again, and GSR fails to do what Wanzeru couldn't. 5-5, and we just continue on this streak to what is looking like a 6-6 half, but Liquid Academy will be faced with another eco along the way. That wasn't even a full investment from Enterprise. That all comes down to Lime finding a kill on Wanzeru really in Lamps, where he has to peek back in with the op. In a situation where he was not favoured, but Wanzeru's crosshair hanging a little too far away from the corner.
Oh no, Lime. He's got plenty of targets to hit in case of collateral! That just sums this up.
Yeah, Prox just feeding off the back of it as well. Lime can't do any wrong on this chamber.
Nah.
And I think that's part of the game plan for Liquid. It's why they brought GSR in here onto the ISO, so he has that shield for first contact. But then it leads you into this game plan that we've sort of seen them peddling for a few rounds now, where you are blindly committing to sites sometimes. And do you want to trigger the shield early? Like a lack of information really from Kicks. I kind of need to see him throwing that Dizzy, bouncing it off the wall to start off some of these rounds, you know? You can't be in this situation with a full utility belt and you've just had 2-3 players push through a smoke or into an op. And not have expended anything.
They've rotated off the back of the flash, so there's a chance as the Mosh comes through and Alluri will be calling for players to come back. So Spike should be able to go down pretty easily enough, but it's the next step, getting something back in their favour in terms of the numbers that Team Liquid Academy need to do to great effect, and unfortunately with Alluri found, already health lost.
Yeah, and Kicks hasn't recovered any of that utility either, so, I mean, they are playing this 2v4 dry except for the molly.
Yeah, that's the problem, and already Causey finding himself in the position that he needs to. Kicks, yeah, I think that's all she wrote right now. Hazard, it's 6-5 for Enterprise. This defensive half looking pretty decent. Do you think they've done enough already?
Probably, honestly, with it being Enterprise as well and how sharp their own attack has been. I'm really not seeing the value from the Gecko here, and I hate to scrutinize it, but as I said, the reason why you pick this over a Sky, for example, which also allows you to fast hit in the same way with GSR and Wanzeru here, is to be recovering that utility as much as possible, and we've not seen it. Potential market crunch coming in here with an early orbital strike, and Causey maybe even just combining off of his own ultimate. Let's see how this goes.
Already, you. Oh,
there it is.
Yeah,
bye, pretty.
See you later, mate. It's been nice seeing you, but I think that's all she wrote now. Spike, still to be committed, but we've got an idea with the rest of the bodies heading towards A, right? Lime not even found. It's the tour de force time, right? It's Lime time. One that always leaves a sour taste in the Team Liquid Academy mouths and continues to be. Kicks though with good spam, but it's still a 2 versus 5 which you need to clutch from.
Yeah, it's like even in that situation there with the space that they've been able to take, there is just no recourse for Liquid Academy. No view to build on it. Wanzeru, solid kill in this situation, but Liquid were just playing for the numbers game from the very start, and they've managed to get Magnum into market now, presiding over the spike control, and Wanzeru knowing that there's a chance of finding a snake in the grass.
But unfortunately, that snake has
misses the shot.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Not often you see that. And I think that kind of sums it up. Kicks
Yeah, it
those
does.
steps being held. Heard? And hell, he's held.
He is. Kicks gets one, 15 seconds, foot race to the B site. Alluri just has to hit the headshot. And there it is. 7-5 for Enterprise coming out of the opening 12. It is the first time that they lead a half in this series so far, but it comes at a critical juncture in this veto process. On their own map pick of Bind, they look to have restored order. We'll see if they've got enough to keep the script going in their favor after the break. Two very fragmented starts for Enterprise, now rectified as they lead from the halftime for the first time in this grand final. This last grand final in the second stage of Challengers Northeast. A 2-round lead is all they have to show for it, but moving on to the preferred attack side against a Liquid Academy comp, which I don't think we've really seen the full extent of the strengths of. Cairo, this is where I'm starting to just fear more and more that Enterprise are on their way to 3 wins from 3 domestically this year.
Yeah, it feels like it, especially with how Enterprise can quickly turn the tide. Team Liquid Academy might have missed their only chance, a slim chance, to turn this one in their favour.
GSR is the first player spotted, and wherever he goes, 1-0 isn't too far behind. The Neon stunt ripped off in B long as the rest of Enterprise are already working their way up onto the A site through short. It's behind Magnum's Viper wall that they get into lamps nice and early here. Actually, well, 1-0's the one under most pressure in spawn, because just as he walks out, those 3 players pop from the lamps position. GSR in the meantime does find the lurk. That was Lime still hanging around on B and a potential outlet later on if Enterprise wanted it.
Look how deep Alluri is as well, so it's contact after contact for Enterprise.
Just prying away at potential showers control here, just meaning that Kix is the player in the spotlight. Molly going up, or Orb I should say from Rextone, sorry, just to try and decay them a little bit here, and that's when Alluri takes the time to strike. Kix position revealed, and then Rextone is the obvious follow-up from Magnum. Site secured in this 3 versus 2, and nothing for Liquid to go off in retake.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get back in here is going to be so difficult. They do have 1 smoke, but even at that, what does that do?
Potentially draw some eyes towards the spike control, but pretty caught in the iPad, and Magnum makes it a 3rd as Enterprise find the second half pistol, as they have done in every map so far. I think the track record has been fairly similar as we've gone from map to map, but one thing that has stayed the same is that Enterprise have been warming up gradually as it's gone along, and Liquid looking more and more off the pace, Cairo.
Yeah, they are. I think Enterprise, as they move on, gain more strength and get better, it just feels like it's adding the Infinity Stones to the gauntlet, right? They've come a long way, Enterprise, especially with some hardships in this split. But I think they've learned the lessons from that as well.
I think it would be easy to say so, right? But Magnum, Shadow, Itapata, everyone involved with the Apex lineup from 2023. The strongest team that this region, or East connected to it, has ever seen. Know too well that only 1 game will make the difference in your season, and no matter what you do domestically might not influence the result, but it is character building, that's for sure. And yeah, the defeat to MIR right now feels like the only stain on the Stage 2 record. So you can see Liquid Academy have done a little bit of damage in their eco here, but Enterprise are in a primed position heading into a bonus.
I think at this point you're already expecting Enterprise to finish things off. Headshot connected, the damage done. I think for Team Liquid, I think a big thing for them would be to actually deny the ultimate orbs to Enterprise. But at this point in time, doesn't feel like they're going to get the chance. So with that, Enterprise grabbing what they need, coming out the other side with all the ultimate orbs as well.
Yeah, 2 Bulldogs, Guardian, and a Marshal there for Lime. He's going to have his own Headhunter, of course, as well. And you can see Magnum sport a Phantom around that too, with plenty of cash left in pockets. So first gun round for Liquid Academy on their defender's side, and this is where we then want to see how the defender's sided setups actually look for them. We've seen the potential between this ISO and the Neon combination, and with the Gecko currently presiding over showers of kicks. Just wondering what his influence could be here. 1-0 does get the opener on Lime after all. And the 1 upgraded rifle on Magnum has now been spotted in hookah by Pretty.
It has, but you can see Enterprise now starting to react, and it's not just going to be the 1 rifle of Magnum, right? There's going to be Bulldogs and Guardians here. And Rex and Pretty are pretty isolated from one another.
Yeah, Rex is just face-checking this too, so It's a lot of weight for him to bear. Smoke coming in late on from Pretty now in this situation and still defending the garden. Rex is able to get one of the kills across the line. Magnum there drops down and with a molly just guarding this place. He can stall them out for a little bit longer. Wanzero will be arriving on the flank, but Rex has to do it all right now and unfortunately flashed off the angle. He's not able to suffice in that situation. Still a 3-on-2 favouring Liquid, but they don't have bodies in the right places right now. It's only GSR who can put his on the line, and when he does, at the very least he fells the spike, and with Prox the only one standing, kicks there to bury him. So Liquid can get the gun round through.
They do convert the gun round themselves and deny the bonus round, and actually Hazza, it's Team Liquid Academy who's going to be in a good spot should they win this. Look at the money on either side right now. I'd say this is a pretty big swing round overall.
Yeah, it has to be at this stage in the game. Lime bringing out the operator as well. Seen him lurking a couple of times, and Showers is a great position to try and fight against any double duelist composition, really. I think one thing that I'm definitely noticing about how Liquid have been playing these last couple of rounds is a lack of info at the start of a few of these, other than what Enterprise are giving to them. Because Kicks face-checking with a full belt of utility cannot be the way to play into a chamber, surely.
No, I mean, that's it, right? Like, I could understand it maybe with if it was like Op versus GSR Shield, but it's not even. And like, this is where we're seeing, right? We had the conversation at the very start about flashes, about Gecko versus Sky, and continuously Team Liquid Academy are just face-checking Enterprise, and they're just knocking them down like Skittles on a bowling alley.
Gecko is an agent which can be viable on this map, and I already mentioned the recyclability of the utility, but something else about the flash specifically is while it doesn't give you information on exactly who you're able to target, if you combine it with a secondary flash or another bit of utility that then forces you to engage or break, it's so much more successful when you peek off of it. We'll shelf that one for a moment as Magnum has weaved his way through the A site, put to rest by GSR in what is still a 2v4 at a major disadvantage for Liquid here. But yeah, I think you've got to get proactive with it, right? And at the moment, it seems like they're sat on the back foot in a lot of stages of these rounds.
Ooh,
other than when Enterprise are giving them duels and they're actually just able to win them through their own individuals.
I think it's going to be a save as well. So, Team Liquid Academy, probably with, what, 4 rifles into the next? If you get, or probably even just 3. GSR, 1-0 have their own, and then there's 2 buys in there as well from GSR, probably +1. And double digits, Enterprise find. And again, we come back to it, and we see it every time when we get to this point in the game, is that realistically, the ultimate cycle is going to kind of define what we think of this game. And Enterprise do not want Team Liquid Academy to save anything. At least I thought that was the case, as they don't come out the TP.
Yeah, it's a weird one, and a tough case to crack for Liquid's defender-sided worries right now. Enterprise have very much set the pace of this game now, Cairo, and I have to sort of echo your thoughts too. Not just the dominant force in the region, but one which struggles to be overturned, especially over a stretch of 5 maps. Had this been a best of 3, there was a very real chance that Liquid could have gone on to win Haven. We know that, and that would have been it, done and over with. But the fact of the matter is, Bind, Lotus, and Fracture potentially still sitting in the veto, and right now Enterprise taking the first step already towards winning it. There's a reason why Liquid have been able to best them in a different environment. This, the environment that they thrive the most in.
Yeah, they're giving themselves a real opportunity to crown themselves king once again. And I think as well, like, that's where it always feels like I don't know what is missing for Team Liquid Academy, because they do it when you don't expect them to. And when you do expect them to do something, it feels to always crumble. I always think towards Split 1 into Split 2 last year, and then maybe split 3, they started to look better again. There's a wider conversation to be had with that, with challengers EMEA and the horizon as well.
This game doesn't only mean being the final ever champions of Northeast, but the opportunity to gain preferential seeding in an EMEA event. First seed in an EMEA group, of course, is worth as much as a chocolate teapot, or, you know, the old Polaris trophy that we had, the little printout.
I quite like. Listen, that's priceless.
Like a little chocolate toolkit that you get your grandparents on the on Christmas, maybe. But
I've never heard of that in my life.
No, never seen them before.
No, that must be a Tory thing.
Oh, well, yeah. I've never seen them either then, in that case. Moving on to the site here. Liquid are nowhere to be seen, unfortunately. Manzera gets one. I mean, Kicks there. With the Dizzy, we saw it go up. I think it blinded someone, but still not quite making the most of this hold. Cozzy far advanced. Lime, I don't know who broke the shield, but he's managed to opt down GSR. Pretty the last stand with the Bucky. 20 seconds. Prox commits to the plant, knowing that Lime should have him covered. And the shots on the Classic won't be enough for the Bucky to finish it off. So there you go. 11 for Enterprise. And Liquid still just can't get over the hump.
Yeah, I can't see it at all. I thought for a minute 1-0 was going to go Hero Odin, not something that I would say I've typically seen. And the only one I really trust with that would be Brock. But different region, different level. And at this point in time, we need to see Team Liquid raise theirs, because it's an equal buy to deny 12. Oh, we're heading towards map number 4 of Lotus, which, as you could probably suspect, Enterprise also have a good showing on.
Yeah, that they do. 6-1 record this stage, just a singular loss. It was the only other map that they'd lost, actually. Both of them coming against MIR, so it just shows how flawless they've been otherwise. Into the site execution, or so you'd think. The spike sitting behind this, as Cozzy is the furthest player progressed forwards. Flash to try and play him in, but Kicks from the edge of the smoke is the one to strike first.
Still moving in though, trying to create an octagon in which they can play with and beat out utility. It's good bait, but the fight's not good, and Team Liquid Academy keeping themselves alive here.
Yeah, Kicks picking up another. Smoke still separating the site plant as the Mosh was used there to try and delay things a little bit. Kicks does get eventually cut out from backside, and Enterprise are diligent to just clear the rest of Sand as they make this rotation towards B. Liquid Academy still have not realized this isn't an A play. They think Enterprise are entrenched within the site itself.
Yeah, but it's also like, what utility do you have to clear the map control you don't have? And perhaps the reason why they're so stagnant is they don't want to get caught out by a lurker.
Well, that's the thing, right? Where you have recyclables, you don't have refreshables. So there's actually nothing that's coming up in the late round here to bail them out. Alluri will have a flash soon, and well, this is a huge duel for Prox to surely win, and does so. Wanzeru removed, and the final 2 players have to drop from hookah.
Yeah, and already look at the crossfire setup.
Welcome to my world.
So Pit to actually aid the cross for them here. Lime just walking around the edge of this, full reposition to the player's site. It won't bridge the gap far enough, and with Prox in the corner here, Shorty in hand, Alluri is going to match him for a similar sort of kill to end it. Not forgetting the Phantom Spray, which he picked up before then, but 12-6. Everywhere that Enterprise go, they've not had any problems. I mean, Kicks finds 2 kills at the start of the round on A. Doesn't matter. Still, the 3 versus 5 is rectifiable, and there you go.
Yeah, that's frustrating. I'll be honest, that's frustrating. I mean, at least you have a bye for the last round, or what could be the last round, and ultimates to play with, but at any point in the kill feed, we could see that completely change for Enterprise. And they also have a Viper's Pit. Team Liquid Academy looking to play forward and deny that pit. That's what they'll do.
Clean kill from GSR. And Rex is just trying to stave off this B long control, which Enterprise are looking for. Prox also wanted to see if he could maybe catch a rotation off that pressure. Be a satellite for them to beam off to on A if it got to that stage in the round, but didn't end up happening. Kozzy, the one that wins the next duel. Things were heading in Liquid's favor, but Enterprise are just here to stabilize again, and they do. B-site now under their banner, and Liquid can't get there fast enough.
Yeah, through ones, and there could be more to be had as they head towards CT.
Oh, Lime just leaves it hanging. GSR with the shield backup means that it must be a Lurie. Liquid playing a patient game and giving the round time to breathe. It's Kicks that they're waiting for. He's coming in through Fountain and into Garden. Alluri still no closer to knowing what this retake looks like, but that second player spotted just as Kicks turns up. Opportune timing in the end from the Estonian, and Liquid will survive for a 7th.
I would just like to say, GSR's health does not fill me with a lot of hope there. I could see it happening, turning on a swivel, realising that the third player's not there, and suddenly it's doable. Alluri, well, we always say, is individually not up to much. Recently, Hazard has been putting up numbers and is currently 17 and 11.
Yeah, I mean, this map has become his own. Much like what we saw from Pretty on Haven, sometimes when the calling is just coming to you, it's much easier to be then playing for yourself sometimes, and Sky enables him to do that. Big fight about to go down on A though, and that flash just turns the head of Kicks and makes it so easy for Lime to open play on this round, and the narrowly misses from GSR. Lime had literally just dropped back into market, and it's by an absolute whisker that he has not picked up the kill contract there. Rotation called, only 1-0 left on this side of the map. And Enterprise have a free A site to walk into if they keep on walking up.
Yeah, taking their time. 1-0 though, with such deep control, will be able to tell his teammates, hey guys, it's not A, don't come here. But surely they start to think something's up, Hazard. No contact towards B, a flash maybe held in the distance there as Enterprise start to scale onto A.
Now fanning out and taking that site control. 1-0 knows for certain that the spike is going in. It's a retake which Liquid must attempt. They've got a couple of ultimates to try and play with, but Magnum has the pit late round if required. Lime already on an early aggressive line, and Kozzy just wants to finish it right now. He's hammering home that point. Enterprise are the final stretch for finding this second map in the series, which would send them on their way, but GSR still hanging on. 2 kills from the youngster, the prodigy, but Prox is there! The fallen star from Dak has found his wings at the end of the map, and with that, it will end in favor of Enterprise. One more map required for them to win out this grand final, and Liquid just looking so far off the pace.
Yeah, they don't look as if they're up to much. That's the honest thing. They've showed us little signs here, like the pistol, what was the anti-eco in the end. And overall, I thought better of them, right? It's excited to see what exactly this composition looked like, but in the end, it felt one-dimensional. And yeah, I think it just goes to show exactly the position that we're in. Obviously, this match means for title holders, the last ever title holders of Northeast, but also the fact that we have this seeding process for challengers EMA. Overall, Enterprise have started to regain form, and Team Liquid Academy, I'm starting to worry.
Yeah, I mean, look, those worries began for me on Haven. Their inability to close that second map is what could have completely sold them short in this series, but you still want to hold out some hope that this can still be a competitive game. And if there was any solace to the supporters on their side of the server, it would be the fact that this bind map that we've only seen from them once before clearly lacks the necessary development for, you know, it to look good in their pool. I imagine by the time we get to EMEA, we're going to be on the new rotation with Ascent as well. So any extra thought put into this one would only be for your best of fives. You're not thinking about it in those best of threes sort of that you had up until this point. But yeah, it's a frustrating turnout at this stage in the game when it felt like there were still opportunities here for them to strike Enterprise. But there you go, third map wrapped up. Lotus up next. This is the guaranteed one, at the very least the fourth map in this series. Whether or not we go to Fracture remains to be seen, but we hope that you'll all be there for the end of this beautiful ride on the other side of a break. We will catch you then, so don't go anywhere.
Out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground,
Been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Just I get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a fossil, they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked out, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This for side, get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run around with it. Run with it. Run with it.
We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day.
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast, where we are seeing a grand final very quickly shift in the opposite direction. It was Liquid to get on the board first, but Enterprise have rallied back in these last couple of maps and now offered the opportunity to complete the series on Lotus, complete the comeback, of which it felt like they could be 2 maps down with how Haven was going, but into Bind felt like the game plan and preparation wasn't there from Liquid, an absence from the Academy, where otherwise they looked incredibly well set up for these first couple of maps, Cairo. Now we only have concerns for them heading into Lotus, where Enterprise should be able to bring this one home.
Yeah, we're expecting Enterprise to go into Lotus and finish this one out in their favour, just because of the record that they've got, right? And when we think of the record Liquid have got, it's not as complimentary, but I hope that they can still show us the goods.
That's what we're waiting to find out. Enterprise here into the agent selects. Look to be going for something of the simplistic variety, right? It's the Jet Rays. We've seen a couple of teams in EMEA go for this look themselves. Vice potentially picked on both sides, where Enterprise were using Cypher earlier on. I would be very surprised if Prox locks in the mix here.
Come on, Prox. Shows what you're made of, mate. Pick it.
Most likely is just going to be the Omen or the Astra.
Yeah, Liquid Academy going for something of like the Heretics ilk, it seems like, you know, that kind of vein of thinking. And yeah, the Omen coming through with and yeah, as you said, like the kind of Jet Rays as well. It's interesting that Enterprise haven't really gone for like any proper neon comps with Causey. I would rather go for Yoru Whaley, like thinking back to then, right? Like, and seem to be like having their eyes on the next meta upcoming.
Yeah, I do like the Vice pick here. The race is definitely an interesting one for me for Enterprise, especially when Causey is a competent Neon player. We've not seen the agent changes that we're going to get on the live patch go into the tournament realm yet. We're still playing on this older version, so not something that they've thought about, not something that they wanted to go for. It is just purely comfort for them on this map. I definitely do like the Liquid composition more, I would say, and the Vice choice on both sides is a pretty good counter. But I think with the verticality that Enterprise have, it does mean they're going to be able to get past a lot of what the Vice would usually be good at doing for you.
Yeah, you need to be careful, right? That's the big thing, and it's like making it much more harder to clear. I think overall, right? Like it's not as if like Team Liquid's composition is terrible. It's just that we much prefer Enterprises, and as we head in towards this next one, Hazza, I'm starting to see that 3-1 scoreline looking very much like a reality.
It's the way that it feels for everyone. We're just sat here waiting to feel inspired by Liquid Academy again and to have something to hang on and believe that they can turn this one around. For those who remember the grand finals which they played against Shakmat when they won their first original title, that was a 5-mapper. It involved a comeback which was on the 4th map of Lotus, in fact, when they were a couple of maps down just like this. Lotus also featuring in that same lower bracket 5-mapper which they played against Enterprise the day before. It has history with this organization, and as they begin the attack side, it is a very quick claim which they'll look to take at the A site, but Causey doesn't leave that one without a kill.
Yeah, he takes the first kill, and you can already see that Enterprise are looking to deathball the way in this pistol round, and waiting to see if Liquid go and pivot elsewhere, but instead, no, we'll go for the fight.
Oh, and Liquid win all of the jewels. 3 from Rextone there, and Lime has paint shells, so he maybe just wants to throw this onto the default plant. It's going to delay kicks a little bit, but meaningless in the end, Cairo. This is what's looking to be, I was going to say, another attack-sided pistol opener for Liquid Academy. 4 maps in a row they've started on the attack side. 4 maps in a row they've found the first pistol.
Yeah, fair enough to them, right? Like that's the big thing coming out of this one, is the fact that every single time the first pistol round has gone Team Liquid Academy's way, And as we know, Lotus can be an issue on the defender's side. That's why they're going to stalk a load of players towards C.
4 players here with Kozzy still roaming the A platform in heaven. Trying to make a bit of a combo happen for anyone who would have walked out over the mound into sand, but Liquid are non-committal in their approach. They understand the threat that Enterprise have, and well, Prox down to 5 here. Pretty just cleaning them up, and it is a quad kill in the end. Plant for him and maybe one more. He's going to be well on his way to a Nightfall. Even the orb, yeah. This looks pretty good. Cairo for Liquid Academy.
No, it does. And you'll definitely take it. Right, I think the thing is, though, for Team Liquid Academy is they've only been able to close out one map, obviously split. Haven, they also had a similar scoreline, and I guess there's comparisons that can be drawn from Haven to Lotus, right? As we see the players try to clamour on in on getting the last player. I think GSL's trying to set up pretty for the ace, and it doesn't come through. So now this puts it in a difficult position, because with now from a 4-player win to a 2-player win.
Yeah, Cairo, I'm going to just shut that down quickly. I think that's a very well-played situation from Liquid Academy. It wasn't about the ace. Pretty, in this situation, gets orb, plant, and then ends up dying, doesn't find the kill. It puts the Nightfall online. This is a huge ultimate, high-cost ultimate for them to now play around in the bonus round.
Yeah, I guess that's the best way to look at it, yeah, 100%. But it's just cause he's one step closer to his blades, and you know that when his blades are out, they tend to have success. They didn't on Haven, just trying to draw comparisons on the series in 1-0, dodging all the utility and finding himself on door.
The difference there is that's a conditional ult, whereas Liquid know they can find value from this Fade ulti. Now that they've taken the grass space especially, they're threatening this double-pronged approach towards B, and Pretty's gone down. Well, they've lost it now. Lime manages to find a gap as the Viper wall was down. No one was looking for it. And it is the B site that they're going to end up settling for here with 3 rifles in post.
Yeah, and GSR with a Sheriff up close and personal, that 145 tax won't be able to happen.
It's also this position of Kicks actually out in A still, playing from rubble, just behind it as it stands, looking for the opportune timing to catch the rotation coming in, as there are 2 players on the Enterprise side, merging now with this retake, which was shot down on Waterfall side, now through Hobbit. Still, you can see Liquid trying to reposition, scrambling to get away, as Kicks is late in main to the party. He gets caught by Lime, and Rex has a 1v2 to try and dissolve when already the defuse had come in. 2 kills too late. And Enterprise deny the bonus round win for Liquid.
Yeah, I thought for a minute, right, like I didn't see the banner come up for whatever reason, and Rex had done so good in the end. Yeah, as just you said, like it's the time that's gone against him, and now Enterprise come back into this next one, and those blades that Kozzy got online are even more important, right? Keeps them in the round for a fight, and there is also Lime's showstopper after his heroics in the last round.
Blades are out, and the verticality here is a great way for Enterprise to challenge the A control, which Liquid Academy did enjoy in the previous round. Felt like that space were to be their win condition, but Kicks opting to move from main did make a bit of difference. Oh, what a shot from Kozzy. An absolute belter over the foot of Root. And 1-0 not offered an inch of space to take.
Yeah, you called it conditional, mate. I don't think Kozzy's a conditional. If he's on it, he's on it. And he absolutely is so far at the start of this map.
Nightfall gonna come in, and this should catch a couple of players in Hobbit. When it comes through, it is just the one. Actually forces Kozzy into the corner, so he does get taken down by GSR, and Liquid managed to give Kicks an opportunity to move back out into the A space in the meantime. Lime offering some resistance, and by that he does remove the sole B main player, but Liquid are set in motion. This A take is prepared for them. Spike should be able to get in behind the wall and through tree to a safe plant.
Oh, Rex playing outside the door though.
They do just leave him behind. Well, Pretty's the only player on site by himself. Rex does double down and make good of the situation in the end. Just enough time for the plant to come through from Kicks here. Magnum doesn't catch any spam on the edge of the smoke and makes plenty of noise dropping into the site as well. The pit now covering any potential defuse, and Magnum beginning to decay and dissolve where he stands. First tap is just a little bit of bait, and Liquid soon surely start to realize this. Pit dropped. Looking for the jewel. They've split up. They've surrounded Magnum. Well, Rex will end up falling. Kicks is there to save the day. So Liquid building off of that unsuccessful bonus with a very strong gun round.
Yeah, it's also an issue in the sense of like the pit was used, so I'm glad that Team Liquid Academy got the value out of it and extend themselves one step further, but it's the economy damage that's most important here. Enterprise used blades, used showstopper, and also used every penny in their purse. So pistols, we've seen what they can do with pistols before. Team Liquid Academy surely won't make that mistake again.
Zero's out here to punish. Outlaw has no trouble finding the first of those kills. Second there in his wake as Prox does finish off the Neon player. Magnum inserted through B. Was a snake in the grass that GSR had to get past, but he's done a brilliant job of that as well. And I think the biggest thing I'm identifying about how Liquid have started this map is just a much needed improvement on the macro understanding with this composition as well. The A space they're constantly fighting for, splitting the focus of Enterprise, threatening multiple lanes, making it difficult for this defender's side to actually gain any space where, you know, they're playing through the Jet, they're playing through the Rays. I'm liking it a lot.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving it, loving it, loving it, loving it like
that.
Thank you, mate. And yeah, Team Liquid Academy now have the challenge. This is where the operator's out for Causey. This is where the rest of the rifles are out for the rest of Enterprise. And Alluri, one off of those seekers, which you'll be looking to try and find fairly soon. Causey's up, still not identified. And
yeah,
finally,
that's why Prox, just trying to play him in, really.
And that's it. It doesn't work out, and Prox steps away.
Steel guarding coming in. Liquid setting up for a post plant here. Enterprise considering whether to retake or not, but against the Vice, the Thorn's already a bit too much of a problem. And now I'm wondering about this retake, if they want to be heavier on the sand side. It looks like that 3 players grouped up on the B door.
Yeah, the dog already clearing out B main, so it's up to Rex to hold it down. And well, with GSR, it makes it look easy. So the rest of the players already looking to throw in the white towel and call it here. The Team Liquid Academy's post plants looking pretty solid.
I gotta say, Cairo, of the maps so far, the Enterprise haven't looked the best on, at least Split, a little bit of Haven, but more specifically this one. I have to say, I would probably argue it's maybe composition or sort of just general map understanding compared to what you and I have been seeing in VCT, where you can kind of understand where those issues lie. For example, the reliance on Yoru still in the current meta on the first map didn't exactly look perfect to me. Liquid on their bind just then, sort of that application of what the concept was, and then here with the Rays and the Jet, as good as they have been, it does feel a little light on extra utility or just coverage, you know? Because I think that's the difference. Lime can play basically anything. If you run double duelist on this map, that means you're probably sacrificing your Viper. And with them being solo initiator and it also being Sky, you're not getting anywhere near the premiums that you would get from a Fade on this map, which is, and sort of has always been, the best initiator to play on Lotus. So there are just a lot of gaps that I'm seeing right now, and this early timeout, I'm not sure what the focus needs to be.
I mean, you think about it, right, as well, like the fact that overall, but like Fnatic have played Fade for how many years on this map now, has it? Like, you know what I mean? 3, I think it is, since Lotus came out. And
yeah, since 2023. Fnatic ran the same composition on this map with the only adjustment changing Astra for Omen, or the other way round, I think.
Yeah.
For literally like 2 years straight. So
there you go. I think that just kind of sums the position up that we're in. And with that, like, now you start to question where the priorities are for Enterprise, because on this defensive side, we've not seen it. We know how good the attack can be, and already we're seeing Causey denied. There's fights elsewhere on the map as Prox tries to get something more, but can't. The Jet still on the line, but Causey's been forced into a much more defensive position, trying not to get caught. Legs one's there, but he's deep in towards the site. Causey needs to win this 1v1, and does so. So Enterprise in the perfect spot to win out the round and deny Team Liquid Academy getting up to 6. Rex has been hitting Headstone, will hit the next one pretty cleanly, doesn't react to lane, and the operator there! Rex somehow winning out, so the spike recollected, and a chance to go elsewhere.
I think Rex is 12-1 right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my god!
And he's gonna make it 13! That is a stupid clutch from Rex. I'm so surprised that Lime even went for that peek at the end there. But he's basically been flawless this map.
Man, that just goes to show what a headshot that is there. And yeah, Rex just not missing a beat. Fair play. That's what you need if you're Team Liquid Academy, if you want to be Enterprise. And we go on to the next one with a broken bye.
That should have been the round for Enterprise.
Yeah.
They did everything right except for that 1 versus 3. First player takes the info on Rex, the rest pay the price. Couldn't find a way to play together. It has to be super frustrating for the coaching staff of Shadow and Itapata that have walked this path so many times in the past. I mean, that Apex team were great on Lotus, and I think there are a couple of times in the sort of almost invincible year that they had as the roster changed hands to Danito 2024, where you saw signs of weakness that were rectified, and we kind of get it here, actually. The Sheriffs on their march up B main, which Liquid have left open a number of times, find a couple of kills.
Yeah, looks like mistakes could have been made, because he's already found the 2 players that are in B main, and he's calling for support. Alluri's there.
Just getting whittled away at is the thing. That Marshall has already hit a shot onto both Kicks with the jump and GSR as well, but GSR still standing, back on the Vise, as he was when he broke out a year ago into this system, into this league. He's made it a 2-on-2 for the rest of his team. Plant's going to come in on C, but that's where Pretty's left behind to deal with Lime. Shot lands from Prox, no TP to get him up on site early, but the smoke is there, and that's going to just threaten Pretty to try and fight into this. Just a tap, a fake and a walk away. Pretty has banked on it for just a moment, but does just reconfirm where he currently stands in this situation. There would be a gap in the smoke for Prox to jump back around into, and there you go. Pretty does get all 3. Liquid Academy can do no wrong on this map right now.
I think that's it right at the end of the day, that the Team Liquid Academy, it feels like split all over again. When we found them in that position to just continuously put Enterprise to the sword, we've already had a timeout, no value found, and that came through heroics, sure. Next round is again another swing round in Team Liquid Academy's favour. A showstopper on Lime, an operator on Causey, all the chips to the middle of the field.
Yeah, Causey posted up early. And it's after Enterprise clear out A that they've got to now start thinking about leaning a little heavier towards one of the sides of this map. And only that call comes in after Causey finds the opening pick. Kicks trading out blinds, but Magnum has arrived in support. The rest of Enterprise on their way, and the spike forced to fall back from Liquid.
Well, as they head elsewhere, they are still heading in towards Lem, a player you do not want to face.
Toxins going up.
But it is Rek's tone to have that 1 versus 1.
And that, oh, the Boombot does just spot Pretty on the approach towards A, so that is the first heads up that Liquid Academy will be giving to Enterprise. And Wanzera's just taken the timing to actually slot into the C play. Kozzy on the op does land the shot, and it's important that he does because this one could very easily cruise out of control for Enterprise.
Team Liquid Academy need to find out some numbers back in their favour though before Kozzy rotates over.
More importantly, yeah, they need to see if they can get this spike down and bait out some sort of an engagement. It is the Haunt that comes in that actually gets Rex out onto the ledge, but with the showstopper coming in from Lime, this is his way to bear on down. Rex is now cornered, good as dead as soon as that fuse goes off. And Enterprise do, at long last, have an answer to the streak of Liquid rounds.
Yeah. They eat into the lead a little bit. Team Liquid Academy, though, need to be building on this lead. Can't let it slip. Cannot allow Enterprise to breathe, or else they could be straight back in this. And 2 rounds out of the remaining 3, I think, would be admirable. If they could get all 3, though, you're absolutely laughing. Enterprise showing us the goods, especially through Kozzy's op. Can they make Team Liquid Academy pay again?
That's the thing, is it replicable success or not? It's a Vice Wall placed on B right now, as that's where the setup's been for Magnum a lot of the time, just fighting against fast pops. And the first of them might just be coming in on this round. No second layer from A, none threatened, and Magnum gets shot right over that wall. It never goes off. Yeah. GSR takes him clean out of the round.
It's a disaster, and now you can see Enterprise looking towards extremity control, and as they do, GSR will pop the ultimate, not allowing anybody back in. And that's exactly the case, right? It's going to be more delay for Enterprise's retake.
Fortifying control in through the blue room. With it only being Alluri there and him the sole initiator. Where are your keys back in to this castle? Enterprise have been completely overcome by Liquid in Lotus. A map where you can see what the game plan is. Players on the roles that make the most sense for them and playing to the highest level that we expect of a roster like this.
Yeah, I said 3 out of 3 would have been fantastic. 2 out of 2 would be 2 out of 3 would have been admirable. But Hazza, even 1 out of the next 2, that's the bare minimum for me for Enterprise. That's the bar that I'm setting. And the last 2 rounds become so much more important for this defender side.
I think if Enterprise can find any way to get this round, then there is actually a shot at getting a couple. If they lose this, then, I mean, there is a real possibility that Liquid will be staring down a chance at double digits in the first half. Can't understate how valuable this one is with how much Enterprise have put into it, and Liquid on this glacial creep towards A have allowed Enterprise to mid-round, clear out sand, and have the numbers here.
They're ready to go. The wall triggered. 1-0's entry looked decent enough, but Magnum stopped it. If we could have just got 1 more and kept it within touching distance, Enterprise would have had a chance. Proc's re-entry does perhaps put it into trepidation because we're 2 on 2.
Oh, spam coming in. Pit is up and, well, Kix finds the kill he needs. Surely Proc's not TPing here.
Oh, goes for it, but it's the trade in the end. Well, we have 1 round left for Enterprise to meet my bare minimum, Hazza.
Yeah, and look, even by your standards, Cairo, I think I'm going to be keeping my eyes on what the money situation is here in the last one. It's not a full loss bonus, I don't think. So yeah, 4 Guardians, 3 a Bulldog at best. It is a rocky, rocky situation, and Liquid have a fantastic opportunity asserting themselves here on Lotus for a second half that could send them on their way to a decider and a 1-map shootout for the title.
your trail.
That's it. Now, as the executes continue to be attempted, Kicks is being stalled out and it's allowing Enterprise to get into position. It's the stinger of Magno that's maybe bought Enterprise that lifeline in the second half, and it looks like it.
Magnum on C site, an iconic pair for sure. And even as he drifts away from the comfort of Cypher, the Vice still looking in complete control. One of the first times his site actually gets to have the utility opened up when hit. But for all the mistakes that they made, this one is not over just yet.
One enemy remains.
Hey. They been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Beside get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging in darts, make him reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the punt off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked out, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real.
Oh, a 9-3 half, a storyline that we've seen quite a few times in this series, but is it one that is going to be the final nail in the coffin of Team Liquid Academy, or are we going to be heading to that fifth and final map?
3 out of 4 maps, Cairo, where Liquid have had this 6-round lead. And honestly, this should have been the final map for them, I think. Giveaway bind along the road, but they have been the better team on the day on the whole. Into the pistol, you can see looking to try and win the first in a second half, but it's not going to happen immediately.
Ooh.
Rex has found his third, though, on defense of the C site. They're still trying to pressure him.
Yeah, but they still need to get
Eventually
that spike
give up
back.
the ghost.
And that's what they do. Going for a spike plant. GSR in for a quick flank.
Spike planted.
Up against Kozzy. Highlight versus highlight.
Rex is nowhere near this.
GSR on to 40, and like you say, a backpedal on the defender's half of this C site has put Rex out of position. It's an open plant, usually for main, but looking at where Enterprise have gotten off to, they're now playing in CT, and the script has flipped. Liquid Academy know where these last 2 players are now positioned from. That double peek understacked is perfect. Rex will lose his life for it. GSR only has a ghost to give this a go, and I don't think that's going to be enough to get him over the line, especially now with the time so low. Not even one to walk away with. It's Kozzy in control, and Enterprise to get themselves back on side. It's just the script that keeps repeating itself. They wouldn't win the series in this fashion, though, surely.
I am not going to mention anything. What I will mention is attack side Lotus, Enterprise win a pistol round, and a 9-3 half. And we look
It's
at
the bonus, man.
And
it's all about the bonus.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm just looking here, Hazard, the Lotus attack side win rate, it's 60% for Enterprise. I don't know if 60% is enough here off the top of my head, but it feels pretty damn close to bringing it back.
It's a mental thing as well, right? We spoke about this right at the start of the show, in the build-up. Liquid got a few players here who have never won a domestic title, Kicks included, despite his VCT accolades. And that is a burden which sometimes you struggle to get over. And this is the last chance, this last domestic run for Pretty and 1-0 to join that club. They've played brilliantly so far in the series. It's stuff like closing out, which then becomes a broader issue. Kozzy cutting through them, no issue right now for him. But those 4 rounds which they need also feel like a burden. It feels like a huge chasm that they've got to cross. Saw them get to 10 on Haven, but from that point onwards, it was a real difficulty for them.
He'll be watching live here. He's the one on notice as well. Lurie there. I don't know if this is Team Liquid Academy looking to deny orbs, but I mean, with players found, it's orbs to be collected.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what they were trying to do. I mean, the reversible door is the most common position as a defender there, to try and play safe in a way from B main and get caught in the spike radius. So Enterprise just identify it and farm them up. That's fantastic awareness.
Fantastic awareness. No, I'm not joking, mate. Yeah, it's looking good for Enterprise overall. And next round looking potentially even better, with players forcing in towards heavy shields and buying up the likes of a Guardian.
Double outlaw on Enterprise is the biggest thing of note for me. It's only Kicks who can be one-shot by those guns, but just the sheer amount of damage it can cause then starts to play in some of the other weapons, and Magnum finds GSR between his eyes. The Vice set up, all the utility on C immediately gone, and with Rex having to fill in this gap, his Viper utility stressed now across the entirety of the map to keep them going. Liquid are already running on fumes.
It doesn't look as if it's going to get any better as the Molly's sent out. Rex, oh, live. Not the best blast packs, and it's going to allow Rex to get out of here.
One thing is that Liquid do have so much utility into their retake to potentially use. That's if Enterprise don't find another kill soon.
That's a big F, and oh, 1-0, it's not looking good, and that could be the mistake that allows Enterprise into this round. Towards the finish line, Kex comes in for the flank. Obviously, he was wanting to get the trade onto 1-0, and he looks to continue his reign of terror on Enterprise. As Prox goes round, wide, and finally gets the trade. So a 2-on-2, but it still favours Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, Enterprise just fully running away from this. Gives a chance for Rex to bring those toxins back up. He's going to have the wall here on A if he wanted to defend it through the Hobbit door, but I don't think he's going to be in position in time, so they will make it to a post plan.
Well, Rex has just caught the shoulder
They can
of
spam
Lane.
this.
He could, but has decided against it. Prox finally seen now. That's where Lane will, or Rex will capitalise. It's up to Lane all alone. He's done it before. Think about buying the clutches that he won there. And does that playing on the minds of Team Liquid Academy? It could be! Especially when he does it like that! Enterprise with another clutch on the attack side when it should have been Team Liquid's round.
It's lime time, baby! What a 2 versus 1! From the tree, just baiting out that second engagement. I talk about awareness. He knew exactly where both players were coming from, and he just needed one clean duel to make it favorable. Unreal. And that's where the momentum really shifts in this series now, Cairo. I spoke about Haven at length, but 3-round gap, Liquid yet to win, yet to register here on their defenders' side, of which they have struggled so far in this series. All the 9-3 halves, of course, coming from their attack. And now, with a bad buy, it's just not going to get any better for them.
I always feel when 1-0 is dying early, that's when I start to see Team Liquid Academy fall away, right? In these matches against Enterprise, when 1-0 is fragging, it's always when Team Liquid Academy reach high score lines.
And again, we're seeing Enterprise go for a double outlaw here, so they're so ready to pick off any initial peaks. I really like it, just with the money that they've got as well, they're quite happy to, especially in these types of rounds. They're playing a more defaulty style because of the lack of some of that, you know, info utility, just playing through the sky. I guess Lime has the boombot as well. But I completely agree with you, though. I think 1-0 is a much better duelist when he's on the attack, when he can set that pace himself. And here he's struggled to really feel the game as much.
Kicks solo on site. The Sky Flash does say that there's someone on here, but as to where he is, they don't know. That's why Colsby.
A little bit of time left to get this plant in. I mean, Liquid with the sand control, probably thinking about creating some flank pressure here.
They're trying to, and I mean, it's caught Magnum's attention at least, but I mean, disconnected from GSR. Is that the play that you necessarily wanted? And now Magnum looks towards site, perhaps even looking towards flank, where Alluri's already found another. And at this point in time, I think there's no way back in. Kicks maybe with an idea of saving this Guardian. Instead, tries to get a couple of kills to get out with. But overall, it's pretty much done. It's Enterprise. What seems to be up to 7 is confirmed by Alluri. And that lead of 6 rounds has already been halved by 4.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, Liquid trying to do as much as they can. It's not really worth saving anything that isn't a Vandal, Phantom, Op, or Odin. And looking at the money that they've got, they're ready for a purchase here too. The Operator is coming out for 1-0. And I think it's a shame that Enterprise haven't decided to at least keep one of those Outlaws on the floor somewhere here in this round, where, as you can see, almost, well, everyone's on a light shield. There's a regen in there too.
Oh, it's a good flash. And 1-0 goes for the re-peek, and it's just things like that has it when you get punished. You can't help but notice, right? And now Enterprise just find themselves on the A site and post.
It's a fantastic rollout as well onto the top of Rubble. Set piece to challenge Liquid Academy, where we know they have been fighting for this A control early on.
Planted.
He's keeping numbers in this area of the map. A retake into the Vice utility with both Thorns active, a flash placed. It's just not a situation you're willing to give yourself a chance in. Rex is going to recapture that Operator, and Liquid will just have to think about what they want to do in the next. 1 round game queued up, and I can just... The writing is on the wall, Cairo. I think everybody sees it at this point in time. We've been thinking about it since the start of this series with how good Enterprise are. Liquid always playing upset. They've been able to do so in the best of 3s. The best of 5 is a completely different conversation. Missed the opportunity on Haven. Might just miss their opportunity here. 4 rounds to get to a decider. That is all it is right now. You can put everything in the past if you find those 4 rounds, but they don't have a solution for this attack side right now, and that's why the timeout comes through.
Yeah, with the timeout called, I think Bacon really wants to try and reignite the passion that we saw in that first half. I think overall, right, the attack side of Lotus can be one that's very difficult to deal with. Battle of attrition and all that we speak about on Haven is true for Lotus, but sometimes like it feels like 2 different types or 2 different types of the same team. Like on the attack half, you're like, oh my god, this is excellent, great Valorant. Then on the defense, they seem like disconnected, and it's just not ideal.
Yeah. I think Liquid Academy, as we close this chapter of Challengers Northeast, will be remembered for their history, and more specifically, Lotus as a map will be the most defining map in this organization's past. Because it's cropped up many numerous times, many key times over the years. In the first appearance they had against Enterprise in a best of 5, it was the decider there. It sent them on a way to a final against Shakmat, where they were able to come back, where that team failed to close out and take the title for themselves. And now here, an opportunity to stay in this game, stay in this final. And with the timeout behind them, Enterprise are going straight for the C-pop.
Going, yeah, and Enterprise going for the jugular as well, but it's lined so deep with only the spike on his back, that could basically decide the round. Enterprise look to slow roll this. There's only 2 bodies
Spike
on
committed.
the site. Yeah, and now coming through. Why did you jump there, Rex? Why did you give it up like that? Oh, Enterprise looking to equal it out here and now. And Kicks caught by Prox. We're all even.
And by the time you get to 9-9, coming out of the timeout with Liquid's money most likely in ruin, not enough money to get a full purchase here, despite the couple of rifles that you're seeing already picked up. 9-9 is not a scoreline which favors them at all, because they've lost 6 rounds in a row. Enterprise have all of the momentum, and I just don't see where Liquid gets started. They have let this grand final run away from them. I said Lotus would be a decisive map, and it's the map which might just have settled their fate. We spoke about this team many times in the past, the players pretty at the helm, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and again, might just have to sit for a podium place. 5 times in the top 3, 4 of them in second. And that last chance to lift the domestic title might just be running away in front of his very eyes here.
Could be heartbreak, right? Especially when you think of the players that we're going to be watching in the future. We know that for a fact, right? With how good some of these players actually are. GSR 1-0, for instance. And now, it's these 2 players that we spoke about that could be filling the kill feed for Team Liquid. And it looks like it! Fantastic stuff! Double digits.
And it had to be those 2. 190 kills combined in the last best of 5 against Na'Vi Jr. less than 24 hours ago. But we need to find ways for Liquid to make that more consistent, those combinations. And with a stark difference between GSR at the top and 1-0 the foot right now, Enterprise do still feel a lot more on the same page. Will they let that one pass them by? The adaptation that we've seen since this timeout happened is GSR setting up the Vice utility on the A site.
Feels like it. Trying to get by a judge is a difficult one for Magnum. As he starts to get closer to the Viper, the rest of the bodies of Team Liquid Academy start to move up from C. It's an assault undergoing a siege, I should say, on the A site.
And all of this stall that Liquid have been able to afford is just allowing this rotation to happen. Enterprise guided towards the site, most well defended, and with the Steel Garden coming out, this is GSR's opportunity to strike.
Yeah, it looks like
he's pushing.
Going out through the door and finds 3! Fantastic!
GSR!
On for the ace! Does not get it. And Prox, with a quick double back in the conversation, at least Kicks is there to finish it out. And that 5th map becomes a much more bigger reality here.
Oh, 3K into 4K, and it's play of the final, in my opinion. We've seen a handful of aces already, but to take this beyond the wall and pick up 3 targets in the way that he did beyond the setup, knowing he was the last man standing on this right-hand side. Enterprise need to find a way to get past the setup. We know that both of these diving duelists have the capabilities to do so. Liquid Academy here again, just looking to overload the sand space. Safe in the knowledge that Enterprise are more likely to show the side of caution on an A push.
Whoa. Because he could get out here, but once more, and unfortunately that's the issue. He wanted more and bit off more than he can chew.
So unlucky really that the dash isn't into a solid surface, because he sent himself flying out the other side of the triple box there. Enterprise grouping up for a re-clear, and 1-0 gets caught on the angle. GSR can't fight back onto Lime. And so a pathway opens up for the C hit. Rex has managed to cut the cross.
Seems to have found a chance, but the dog chasing him from behind. I don't know if it was just noted on the turnaround there, but Prox has certainly noted it himself when his head comes clean off. Good flash, but not a good kill. Rex is still alive, and a chance to continue his reign of terror. It's not going to be, and pretty forced back.
3 versus 2 situation for Enterprise. Front-footed in approach. Pretty! Oh, he's able to find a couple of them. GSR last man standing. Last man left to beat, and he cannot be beaten. 3 rounds in a row. He is their savior as the Academy, expected to graduate, will keep them going onto a decider here, potentially.
It's the spacing, man. It's the spacing that ends up costing Enterprise, and no wonder we're seeing a timeout being called. That should have been their round. That should have been us on 11 to 10. But we could be going all the way to Fracture, the decider in this best of 5. And of course, our last grand final, like almost every grand final in Tier 2 in this last stage, has gone to 5 maps.
Yeah, Enterprise did enjoy interrupting the 5 mappers that we've enjoyed over the last year or so, 2 years that Northeast has existed. From the very first Shakmat Liquid Academy, which I referenced earlier, going the distance, to Zero Tenacity and Enterprise, their first win as an organization. The one later on in the year, of course, was then dominated by Enterprise. The first finals meeting between these two. Now this year, it has been Enterprise dominance, but Liquid are starting to wake up and remember who they are. GSR in particular, because he was supposed to be the standout player in the region from the start of the year, but it is GSR that is letting everyone know that he's not gone anywhere at all, and they're going to need him again, because it's his C site under duress.
And he stood the tests for the past few rounds. And Enterprise second guessing themselves. Magnum the real pillar in this attack, as he sits and holds on to B main.
Yeah, nice angle from 1-0. Plenty of opening duels that he has been involved with so far on this defender's side. Spots out the flash, the dog, and the target-rich environment. So many players chasing him up, and Rex, with no door broken at his back, now under threat from multiple angles. Prox decides not to converge from sight and keep this deep-lying position, but supported by the pack, it's Pretty that they're forced to get past. Every player peeking from multiple angles, and Pretty walks away with 2. Pretty good as far as he's concerned. With GSR gone, no player left with a cape. Someone needing to show heroics of their own now in this 2-on-2. Ooh, and Lime has already made the cross with Alluri by his side to the silent drop. An off-piste position to play this kind of 2 versus 2 from. With the nade out, Lime is just trying to give himself blanket cover. Some breathing room between him and Rex, who's still positioned on this platform. Drops out into the site, damage is dealt. Lime down to 24, 1 body shot is enough. To the shorty he goes, and well, Rex is making a lot of noise about this. Lime has acutely repositioned all the way around the boxes, and Rex has absolutely no idea where he's coming from, but adjusts the final moment, and with that, that will be Liquid taking the map, taking us to Fracture. The 9-3 half took until 9-9 to find any security in and of itself. But they say all good things come to an end. This one's not going to come to an end just yet.
No, it's certainly not. We're going to have to wait for that as we head towards Fracture, that 5th and final map. And now I think we start to head into unknown waters a little bit between these two.
Yeah, ever so, I think, right? It's a map which was newly introduced this stage back into the pool. When you consider the records of both, I mean, Enterprise still unbeaten there, of course. The only banned maps in this veto process, really the ones where they showed weakness before that. On the Liquid side of things, yeah, I mean, I guess you do sort of wonder, can they actually pull this one off for us? They are 2-3, so it's also a little bit more like they're split, but that was another map that they won. They lost there yesterday against Na'Vi Junior 13-11, but just seeing GSR have moments like we knew him to do so right in the sort of lower Swiss of 2025 up until now has been absolutely fantastic to witness. And Enterprise have got a lot of thinking to do because the comeback was close, but really they were off the pace from the start. It took a bit of a reset in the middle for them to get back to fighting form.
Yeah, maybe it was a little bit of overconfidence, perhaps. Maybe that's me just being overcritical, because it was individuals that realistically brought a Team Liquid Academy to the end there. With GSR, Rex having some of the best moments that we've probably seen. Pretty as well with that spray down to bring it into a clutch. So overall, yeah, I think I'm looking forward to Fracture.
And I am too. Fracture, our final map, and the distance is reached. I said all good things come to an end. Unfortunately, this will be the end of Challengers Northeast. For everything that has gone before, if you're going to stick around for any map, it would be this one. We'll see you on the other side to say goodbye.
We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal, move through songs we play together, feel like we're on holiday, I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal, move through songs we play together, feel like we're on holiday, I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal, move to songs we play together, feel like we're on holiday, I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane, back to the times when our life was a breeze, feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease, the sky was so blue when we rolled down the street, so hey, I just wanna catch your vibe, I just wanna catch your vibe, hey, I just want a good time, we're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal, move through songs we play together, feel like we're on holiday, I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal, move through songs we play together, feel like we're on holiday, I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream, everything's clear but the lines are the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day, nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna catch your vibe, I just wanna catch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal, move through songs we play together, feel like we're on holiday, I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal, move through songs we play together, feel like we're on holiday, I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my knives. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in warm from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. They don't wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MC's bronze or silver. These vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folders. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Planted, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty trending the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, that everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, bridging. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them bombs, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like a night.
We've gone over many names over the years, but for the final time, welcome back to Challengers Northeast. We are ready for this grand final to go off to a fifth and final map. As Liquid Academy have done it, they've managed to overturn Lotus, despite what the graphic will tell you. Bind went to Enterprise, taking a 2-1 lead in the series, and despite the comeback attempt from 9-3 to 9-9, some sparks of brilliance from the youngsters in this lineup were enough to get the Academy into this position.
Yeah, there really was, and that's where things now start to look a little bit different, right? We now start to expect this last map and a one-off match, basically a one-off map between these two to decide this grand final. It's a little bit exciting, to be honest, as a best of one, essentially.
Yeah. There you go, Phil moment behind us. There is the graphic updated, and as you can see, it is Fracture that we head to, and actually for the first time in this series, or the first time it feels, we're going to be seeing Liquid Academy starting on that defender side, as they were on Split, which I think it's important to draw a comparison with very quickly, because this is the only other map in the pool where you can probably say, hands down, that Liquid do not look favoured at all. We said it at the beginning on Split, we needed them to show us something there to give us some momentum to get into this one. They were able to do it, now they have to do it for a second time.
Yeah, I definitely think they're going to have to show us the goods here as we head in towards Agent Select between these two. As in, there's not many surprises. Obviously, Magnum back towards that KG that he's so known for, which is interesting to me because a lot of teams typically stick towards the Cypher like Rex is playing.
Yeah, I mean, look, Killjoy still has its strengths on this map, of course. The ultimate, very good on the A site in particular, using the underpass to make sure that you can give it full clearance. The tools, like the turret, for example, on the box that you're seeing there on the other site as well. I think, no, that is the A site. Sorry, I meant the B site originally. To watch Dish, also very important. So, absolutely, I think it is more of a preference. And we've kind of seen that with Enterprise and their compositions so far in this veto process, in the maps that they have shown to us. And it has worked out. For Liquid Academy, they have so many different tools to combine with. My main concern, I imagine, is past that first breach stun, past that first set piece. If Enterprise are able to mid-round effectively, then there may be some struggles for them here.
You can see there being struggles on the horizon for either team, to be honest, right? Fracture is such an interesting map, a difficult one if we're being entirely honest, just because of the sheer fact that like you have to always be pushing and pulling, right? It's a map that is ever flowing, and yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one to finish on.
No, it definitely will be. I find it funny that Fracture is the last map that we end up getting in this region. When I think back to historical maps that we've seen played here so many times before, I am thinking of your Lotus, your Haven, for example, maps that we saw earlier in this process. But of course, this boils down to the wire and what it is that both of these teams leave as residual. Enterprise still obviously not feeling comfortable with this one as their best possible pick. That's why it arrives at this stage. But because they had a double ban, this could be equally as good as anything that we've seen from them already. I mentioned that they are undefeated. The record is 5-0. Liquid have also played it 5 times, but they've lost 3 of those. So this is it, everybody. Buckle up, because Enterprise are taking on Liquid for the final time in this grand final, as they have done on 3 separate occasions. Enterprise walking away with every single one of them. This the first time that we see it go the distance, and Liquid really push them for an opportunity at taking a second title of their own for themselves, and the first in this fashion.
Yeah, we say the Team Liquid Academy are usually pretty decent when it comes to comebacks, and this would be a big one right now. Even after taking that first map, Enterprise looked ready to take everything for themselves, and 1-0 decides to stand up tall and receive the take or the push from Enterprise, and it ends up with a pistol round in their favour. And that post plant could be denied by GSR as he starts to come in.
Yeah, Salvos has a couple of them here. Luri's the low player. He's the one with the spike.
Yeah, he's trying to delay. That's what GSR wants to do. But instead, it's just a delay and Enterprise winning this pistol round. So we go 1-0.
Yeah, it's a brilliant start for Enterprise. They win the opening pistol round where they failed to do so on the previous 4 maps. So exactly what Liquid Academy were hoping wasn't going to happen, because I think, look, Fracture can be an attack-sided map at times. It's sort of trended away from that, I suppose, sort of with how, or trended towards that, actually, with how the changes have been in recent times. And looking at it here, here's the early stun, that contact taken for the fights to come in, but Enterprise just brush it off. It's not a problem for them, and this is what they've got to be doing, staying receptive as much as possible on this attack side to whatever Liquid's early game plan might be.
Turrets destroyed.
Now, turret found out as the rest of the players on the A side of the map.
Yeah.
Just pause, wait for a reaction, and it seems as if this is heading B.
I actually like this setup as well from Magnum. I was speaking earlier about why the Killjoy was picked. He actually placed the alarm bot under the turret as well. So rather than just a player taking contact, breaking it, they have to actually investigate, go walk up and step over it for him to know the flank had been conceded or not. So he's on the line here having a look at it. Liquid Academy have managed to get numbers towards SPI already.
Yeah, but so have Enterprise, and their numbers have rifles, and with that kill found, and them knowing that the rotate was coming in, you can see the stall. The only thing is, though, his time is getting increasingly low, and that's starting to worry me. That's the only worry that I have at this moment in time.
And it has to be Kicks, actually. He just didn't go for that first player. Lime, who was satcheling across, out his field of view, looking for an easier target. Just the one. And so Enterprise keep the majority alive. But yeah, back to the Killjoy thing. It's also like an agent which we see still played on maps such as Pearl. I remember NRG and Santiago specifically were still a big fan of it, just because it just gives you that extra lane control. Sometimes that's all that you need. And with Fracture having so many, the extra options and more just the line of sight, I think, from the turret is exactly something that helps Enterprise build these rounds around Alluri, where he's sort of on this sky still. Yeah. His preference as a caller.
I mean, I was going to say, like, I'll just about your lane control thing. Cypher does have the ability to control more lanes, but we can come back to that. As already the Enterprise players have got so far up and are starting to surround B.
Yeah, pretty. Just dropping the molly there to slow things down a bit. As Lime is straight into the site here with the showstopper. Actually looks like it's going to catch player. Does. Pretty falls in the mouth of Canteen. Still tower control through Rextone and these Cypher traps. Prox with his own molly does end up finishing off Lime, but Enterprise have killed everything that moves so far, and that unfortunately does involve their teammates apparently. 1-0 sighted as the utility comes back online. They're in the perfect position to end this round now.
Yeah, I think 1-0 is just thinking about giving this one up, and respectable decision overall. If Magnum lets him, that's the real question here. Oh, he's not checked it.
Well, he knows. Yeah, he knows.
No, he's going for it.
At the very least, this is a weapon now which Enterprise have a lot of comfortability to go ahead and hunt, and there you go from Magnum. I want to come back to this Cypher Killjoy conversation though, actually, Cairo, because I think it is an important difference between the two comps that we're seeing here as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Cypher does inherently have more traps. It's that availability of information, I think, and yeah, again, just like the comfort really for Alluri as a caller that he likes to play off. Yeah. We know, for example, Boaster on Fnatic prefers to have like the spy cam just for the extra info there, whereas with Alluri it's a little different. He's more of like an Ethan, I would say.
Yeah, maybe. I think at the same time, like for me as well, the other thing. Oh, wait a minute. We can come back to this conversation. Is I think Magnum might be under serious threat, and the reason why I want to concentrate on this is if this rifle is lost. It would have been something for Team Liquid Academy to work with. It will be in GSL's hands. But Magnum's already done his job, it seems.
Yeah, he's delayed the push that was coming from Liquid on that side of the map. They already have tower control, so, I mean, Lime, I don't know if that was just a little bit of a lag spike or wasn't on the angle already. Kicks has punished Kozzy as well. It's a 3-on-3 now, and while that second rifle might not be recoverable just yet, this is starting to look a bit scary for Enterprise.
Yeah, so...
Wow,
okay.
Lime.
Yeah, I think that's just summed that one up then. 4-0 our Enterprise, and yeah, I think like the other conversation to be had as well, we had one about the Sentinels, is more about the fact that like the initiators are so different, right? You look towards Enterprise, they've got the Sky, but it's the tail breach, a meta that we have not really necessarily seen in a long time, and one that might actually work against Team Liquid's favour. I understand, like, you can do a lot of set plays with these agents, but Fracture, for the most part, it can be set piece heavy, but I would imagine the more importance would be on these quick takes and how you can measure your aggression in parts of the map.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's sort of what you said, right? I think if you look at it here, Breach, at the very least, this is his best map, so Liquid Academy have one agent with that stun at the very least. He is on a 60-second cooldown, which has basically killed him. Play extra util off, whether it's a nade, a molly, a salvo, anything like that. Right now, though, they have been incredibly idle on this next follow-up gun round. They're one off of both the Teho and Breach ults here to potentially use. but not really looking to instigate. Wanzero has found procs on the other side of things, though, but both of the initiators get dropped by the duelists.
Yeah, and that just sums it up. No ultis, no ability to fight, and they're going to try and break through here from Canteen. 1-0's left alone towards tower. He's not even really being dealt with at this moment in time. As Enterprise are finishing this out in a death match. That's 5-0 against Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, Enterprise are making light work of the situation as it stands. I think that is the biggest difference, you know? Double duelist with single initiator versus double initiator with single duelist. Two very different ways of approaching this map, but ones which we've seen kind of become equally viable. It is mostly Neon that everyone will have got used to over the last few weeks and months, really, and often she is the premier choice that people have been building around, but we have to look to the future now, and I think Jet Rays is something which is going to start cropping back up again in her anticipated absence. Theory crafting behind us, though. Focus on this series in particular, and just the weight of it being a grand final again. It's really hard to describe if you've not played in one. But 5 rounds down, Bacon, this being a familiar situation for him, he doesn't get to these situations without Liquid winning. We haven't seen them in a best of 5, map 5, that they have not ended up finding the result in.
Yeah, agreed. Right, I think like that's the part here that Team Liquid Academy are going to have to try and find. It's not the same players that have found themselves in that map 5 before, has it? It's a completely new bunch, and I mean, there's one with a VCT trophy on this roster, that being Kicks, and Pretty being in grand finals before, but never have found his hands on the trophy.
I guess the important part to mention is they played 5 maps yesterday against Na'Vi as well, so maybe just feeling a little bit of that fatigue here, because it's another long road back into this one, and a team of increased quality.
Could be. It's all about this. How this setup looks for the defence, because right now there's 2 sheriffs on the site, 1 Kicks, and well, unfortunately he's gone, and Pretty now, he is going to capitulate as well. So Rex starts to poke and prod this flank with bodies by his side this time, and overall, Enterprise ready to greet them.
Yeah, Liquid Academy be hoping that they get a full house of ultimates by the time we reach the next gun round. Enterprise have an opportunity to actually build up a few here themselves. Lime, Magnum, Cozzy, all 2 away, kill and a death for each of them. While it's not going to do the best for your own economy, this probably isn't the worst situation to actually go ahead and hunt for some of those orbs. And while Lime loses his life, he's a step closer to the showstopper.
Effective.
And Magnum, yeah, is just looking for the last couple of ultimate orbs that were there. They're found in it in the end. You're looking at this next couple rounds being Enterprise to really kick on from. It's 6-0 right now, lockdown and the likes in play. And I think this is where I start to get scared. Although Team Liquid Academy, 5 of their own, a chance to, with a stockpile of ultimates, at least get the first round.
Yeah, I think the fact that Magnum has the lockdown right now is a threat to Liquid Academy. They have their own ults that they can counter it with, of course, right? They can use the Teho ult, they can use the Brim ult, some salvos in there as well, maybe, but we'll just have to see. It's a group of 4 players in A main right now. Real estate, which the defender side usually loves to take on this map because it gives you the availability to go for a fast B flank, especially in this situation when you're playing 4-1, when Rex has those kill traps set up. Be looking to see if he can get anything from them as Enterprise are given the site to walk into.
You know, Magnum as well is aware, changing up his position with the alarm bot being caught as well as the turret. And well, he's already found the duelist and perhaps just the rest. This is now starting to really worry me, Hazard, because when do we get Liquid's first round?
Yeah, and even if it is through the ultimates, which you're anticipating it would be, they've got to find a way to space them out. And Enterprise have 4 out of 5 of their own here. Kicks can't even get the constellation, gets from bad to worse. We've seen Liquid Academy start the half 9-3 on 3 separate occasions. The one exception was an Enterprise 7-5. I don't think we're going to get an Enterprise 7-5 here, not unless something seriously crazy happens on the other side anytime soon.
Yeah, no, last time Enterprise taken to 5 maps against Zero Tenacity, and that is obviously pretty as well. So he understands what it's like to be in this position, and perhaps watch this fall away from you. And this is could be heartbreaking stuff. Team Liquid Academy starting things out. They're not even going for any flanks. They've reset their approach this time, and that showstopper does not even get a kill.
Yeah, and actually, even with Rex walking in behind here, I was worried for a second he wasn't even going to spot that next player, but he does, and it doesn't stop from that point onwards. 4 from Rex. Surely not another ace in this grand final,
Coming back.
but at the very least, a Liquid Academy round. Like you were saying, Pretty has been in this situation so many times before. It was... his first ever second place in the second ever stage of the East Regional League. It would be a full circle moment in the worst way possible if he were to end it in the same position that he started it.
Yeah, I think of like the Diamant roster as well, who everybody thought were like that team to really challenge towards the upper tier of that East region, right? Maybe not the year of Ascend, but certainly in years gone by. Just never really came to fruition for him. Could it come to fruition by the end of this evening as we wait for Magnum to peek in towards what is 5 players, and Rex getting his ace, only to be relied upon if that is going to be the comeback that he wants, to finally get that title that has been ever elusive for him.
Yeah. It's like the student of Nats on this Liquid Academy side, really deserving of a VCT spot, in my opinion, and hopefully we will see him in future do so. Eligible right now, 18 years of age, if I am right in thinking. But ult's still up here for Liquid Academy, just the showstopper used in the previous by Wanzeru. He makes up part of this B-site hold, where the rest of Liquid Academy are playing from Dish off of their Cypher Contact setup. Enterprise with an arcade default, but no early presence spotted by the Academy.
Enterprise scale really slowly. Thing is, though, with that amount of time, I mean, why would you bother, right? Magnum is just kind of off on his solo mission, doing what he needs to, taking his time. Where Enterprise, the main pack, are ready to bust through, and when they do, with a showstopper, they'll be able, should have been able to collect 1-0. They do in the end, and that's even going to have an orbital strike in the mix as well, as Enterprise take hold of the defender spawn. And there's Rex to come through at the back, and trades that keep Team Liquid Academy still within this. GSR under pressure. He does have the breach close by, but in the end, it's pretty much easy. Kicks now having to respect, and Pretty having to take up from spawn.
Yeah, Kick's position here, well, I was going to say the trump card, the jester in the round that could have made the difference, but he's all that's left standing now, and there you go, Enterprise back to winning ways. The main observation from me in this round really is just the ult usage. Had 2 orbital strikes come in. Obviously this showstopper from Lime as well, and Liquid Academy are just playing on the back foot the whole time. They are reacting to whatever it is that Enterprise want to throw at them, whereas Enterprise are the ones instigating. They are the protagonists in a lot of these situations, and I don't think with Liquid's composition you can afford to be the ones that are sat on the back foot. You have both of those initiators, you've got the info on Rex, and obviously Wanzeru is the player that you're trying to set up in these fights, but they're just waiting for stuff to happen, and I don't think that you can be right now. Enterprise, of course, understand this. It was a patient round from them, which proved to have value. But something's not clicking.
something isn't clicking. You're right, something is just... And that's the thing about Team Liquid Academy. I feel as if they just have halves like these. I mean, this would be the third time that we probably say this, that Team Liquid Academy are not showing us. In fact, we even said it on Lotus towards the end of that second half before their individuals decided, right, okay, we'll actually try and win this now. That's not what they said. I'm just being a little bit...
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a point of no return, though. Do you know what I mean, Cairo? And I think when we got to 9-9, that was when Enterprise were really breathing down their necks. Then you saw GSR have his moments. Yeah. You know, then they got dragged back into the game. I think we've reached that similar kind of incursion here, because if they don't find a couple more rounds on this defense, I'm not so certain that the attack is going to be able to do all of it for them.
3 rounds remaining, and it's probably all 3 that Team Liquid Academy need. 1-0 already in position to deny this lockdown as Kix takes an unaware lane, and already this is falling on its head. Team Liquid Academy with a chance back into this game.
Yeah, I think from Magnum it's a bit of a hesitation maybe in that situation. Just goes in, pops down the ult, didn't really realize, naive of him, because the orbital strike wasn't online, that there wouldn't be anybody there, but the walk down from Liquid was nice. With the neural theft invested here, it is a smart call to stop the aggression of Enterprise. Catch them in the act.
Perhaps as Causey tries to get things back in his favour and does so. Oh my god, Causey! Well, that's a 2v2 in which you're going to start to favour Enterprise just because of that molly.
Ult to come back in from Kix though, and he's going to send it to the site. Doesn't stun anybody.
No, it doesn't, but Alluri cannot hit a barn door at the minute, and that's an issue as Pretty comes round. Prox is at least there to save Enterprise. And, I mean, now with 2 rounds left, Team Liquid at a bare minimum need both.
Yeah, Enterprise aren't the ones that need saving, unfortunately, because Liquid Academy still only have 1 round here. And for all of the ults that they invested, it was Rextone finding an ace, which is the only reason they're not sat on 0 right now. Saw Enterprise use a couple of their own there. GSR still has the Armageddon. He's setting up for an early B fight where they're expecting to be able to catch Magnum here. He's been playing from the barrier on a couple of rounds, and the Nano just confirms it. But yeah, he wins the damage duel. Look at the amount he's dealt to Pretty and 1-0.
Yeah, with little bullets traded either, and the players try to push it on towards Rex. There's ultis to support, but it ends up being a trade out. And for Prox, the smokes are already down. It's going to be a death match to the end, it feels, and 1-0's not got long for this world, and certainly is not. Advantage taken for Enterprise as we're trying to see the spam come through from Kix. Magnum well aware.
GSR's done a brilliant job so far, but this one is looking rigged. I mean, Magnum on the headshot angle, in sand, ready for it. 10 rounds in the opening half. This is a devastating way to lose your deciding map, but you can see it happening. Liquid not playing to any of their combos at the moment. Just these little micro details are missing where they have struggled on this map so far. 3 losses out of the 5 times played. And the improvements, not enough over the last 24 hours. 5 maps against Na'Vi Jr. This featuring, and a 13-11 loss there, of course. Not adding any confidence to this one either.
Yeah,
last chance of the half. And it's 1-0 in a main that you're looking at first.
You were hoping that this last map would be hotly contested, take us to overtime and the like, but unfortunately for Team Liquid Academy, it doesn't look as if that's going to be the case. Not when Magnum is playing like he is. 1-0 trying his best, and well, so does the rest of the boys, but overall it always ends up in the same way. It seems to be going Team Liquid Academy's in favour, and then Enterprise yank them right back. Spike still not committed, and now Magnum becomes an insert.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid Academy sat on the back foot here. Enterprise still have to plant, so in their mind, there's no real reason to go and hunt for a kill here. Kix maybe just wants to catch a player in transition, but Alluri should find safety on a spiked plant. Flash just to confirm no one has the dish line, and Kix just walks out by himself. Magnum there to punish.
30 seconds left.
So Rex has got to try and win the 1 versus 2. He's been the standout for Liquid in an otherwise disappointing side on this final map. Magnum already closing in, ready to find the final player. Rex is able to snap onto him though. Can he hold his nerves? Yes, he can! What a shot from Rex to keep the grand final alive.
Yeah, I mean, how alive really is it, right? Like, with the 2 rounds taken, I mean, the pistol round, which Enterprise tend to win in that second half, would be enough to finish it. We'll find out if that exactly is the case, though, as we go to a break before the second half.
One enemy remains.
Only the brightest lights can be seen from the mountaintop, and right now Enterprise are about to summit for yet another stage. An organization which overturned their legacy in the space of a year. Multiple wins led them on to Ascension, and upon their return here, they have dominated every competition they have stepped into, from kickoff to Clash and the stage just behind us. They're looking to make it back to back. 10 rounds in the opening half. Liquid so far behind. That one clutch from Rex could mean nothing if this pistol round doesn't go their way.
It's a pistol round that has so much weight on it, and a round that realistically can be a coin flip sometimes. It comes down to mechanical ability, duels, the pistols that has been picked up, barely any utility.
Ooh.
And right now, Team Liquid Academy have got a lot of runway towards that B side.
Enterprise clearly playing 3 players from spawn, ready for an instant rotation. 1 on either site to collect contact. It is the B site which has now been sighted. And so they are ready here for an early duel.
Yeah, no, it's the players of Enterprise who are ready to capitalise upon that. It seems that Team Liquid Academy have better ideas right now, but they are moving into Alluri's site. Now, as I said before, Alluri not known for his individual prowess, but has been showing up in this grand final and could do so now. Only able to get 1. That's enough, though, to keep Enterprise in front.
And the major thing is he called the rotation in already, so you're already seeing the Rap coming in line with this nade. Could be devastating.
Nade. Doesn't get the kill, but at least spies the lane for the rotates to come in. For instance, Magnum, who's in drop at this moment in time. GSR, patient as ever, trying to get onto Lime's position, but now he's under fire, under pressure because of Magnum's spot. Still that bandit that was in main on Prox hasn't made any approach. But you know that the players on site have got a brawl on their hands if they want to get out of this one. And it's going to be GSR to do it. One more to find! That's exactly what GSR can do!
GSR follows up on the act of Rex in the conclusion of the first half as the curtain seemed to be falling upon this stage. He has one more chance to steal the spotlight, and with 3 kills taken there, Liquid move up to their 3rd round. Now there's no point getting ahead of ourselves. Still a mountain to climb. The symbolic shape that this region has taken up since its merge between the north and east. And them being one of the only 2 teams to have overcome it. With those 2 players, the remnants left over from when they were able to scale it. Can they lead by example here?
Seems to be that it's no brakes pumped by Team Liquid Academy as they try to get onto the site, and at 1-0, finding that kill will hopefully help the confidence. Magnum makes his approach from main, and it's pretty much a split approach overall from Team Liquid.
Yeah, they would be hoping Enterprise to reclaim some main space, make this a little more cagey if possible for Liquid Academy, but they are ready to fight them here, and should be all of the rifles recovered in the end. It is 3 Vandals making it into the follow-up round. I think on the defender's side is where you're expecting the issues to come from. A comp which can be so reliant on both Cozzy and Lime finding individual impact. It's until the operator comes out, for example. You don't have the same ways to combo your utility that Liquid did and ultimately failed to capitalize upon.
Lime, yeah, he's respecting this one. Does not want to get caught with his pants down trying to take a drill in the middle of main and no tradability. Consolidation of forces on the A side.
Yeah, it's 4 of them in main with Rex just seeing what he can find on Dish. Walking his way up. The door closes in the face of Lime. Enterprise are still trying to entertain some kind of a fight here. It's pretty that they're actually going to catch first player out of the smoke into the position of sand, and Rex has allowed this timing to get him into view of where the fight was going on. It's a 1v1 against Illuri, which he ends up losing, and actually Enterprise come bearing on down in the end. Prox to finish it off, as he's always in the right positions. Just 2 rounds which they require with that bonus denied.
Deny the bonus, on to the next. You know they're coming straight back in with rifles. GSR has his ultimate, and Enterprise have a lot to deal with right now. All the players on heavy shields, that's the difference between the 2 teams. And a key difference it could be.
Yeah, look, it absolutely could. I mean, Liquid just need to take this 1 round at a time themselves. They know that the previous is the one where they may be short-handed, but with GSR's ult in play now as well, an opportunity and a clause maybe to use it. There are 2 buys that they've got to get past for Enterprise to then start really believing in this one. It's this one and then the follow-up round. That's when you then start to go through eco cycles and the sorts. That initial A presence, they're going for this B execute, and you can actually see that it's been fully conceded on the A side. They're ready to fight this Enterprise.
Yeah, but as they walk in here, they're just walking into a molly. It's a bloodbath, a meat grinder, and Team Liquid Academy come out the other side and mush. Only one left alive is Rex toned. And we know that, yeah, hit the heads is an easy task for him. 4 of them?
I reckon he can find at least 2 of them here. No trouble. If he finds that first one clean, someone will give him a 1. Maybe. smiling to himself, but
30 seconds
30-second mark crossed, no spike. It's not happening.
Yeah. And I think that's
Honestly, I was just going to say, the biggest difference that I've seen so far between how Enterprise's defense functions and Liquid Academy's is they're both playing this sort of passive style. They're not immediately fighting for any space, but Enterprise have been so much cleaner on their rotations, so much quicker, and so many more numbers actually ready to defend the site when the push comes in.
Now, Rextone has not been allowed to save his rifle as the best attempts of Enterprise. Manages to get it through into the next. So, at this moment in time, Hazza, map point, ultimates in play, powder keg of the round being built up.
Yeah, championship point for Enterprise. And like I said, the game plan looking a lot stronger for them here on this map in particular. I think Liquid had good game plans throughout this series, but failure to play them out in practice is ultimately what might have costed them. And Zeru with a showstopper, but just the ults back on the Enterprise side, I think, blow it out the water. You can see this is the one time that they are getting proactive on the charge now, taking the B main space right in behind. Spike heading towards Arcade, but these two players are in such an awful position right now.
Yeah, and
GSR, one of them, he sights it, but they're trapped.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that one of the players has a sheriff is such an issue, and now they've got nowhere to escape to.
Dog's just going to go ahead and chase this play up. Liquid Academy have made it out into sand, and I think Enterprise now recognize this as well. Seeker's coming through to try and pick off these final two players, and that's when finally the support arrives. The rest of the Liquid push, the players in blue jerseys that had made it onto B, are there to bail them out from spawn.
Yeah, but they're not out of the woods just yet. You know that this next couple fights, if it goes Team Liquid's way, they could win this round, and with that round found by Rex, I think that could be the winner.
Yeah, I think that's it. Enterprise in this 3 versus 5 now, backs to the wall. Shouldn't have a hope in hell to take the title and close it here. It's an open plant, there's so much utility to fend this one off, but Lime and Alluri have combined to find something. Manzeru brings us back down to earth, and Lime just doesn't have the time afforded to him to make this a reality. Wanzeru is there to shut it down in the end, but that was by far the most comfortable, or sorry, by far the least comfortable round that Liquid could hope to have achieved here on the attack.
Yeah, but they still get in with a lot of rifles, so their money kind of getting settled here. I understand that towards the end of this map, Hazza, no matter what, it's going to be Team Liquid to have a buy, and Enterprise either to go through an eco cycle or not. It's this next round that we find ourselves in that Team Liquid Academy could make their opponents pay.
This is the round that I was talking about. You win this one, buy broken. Enterprise out of the picture, at least for another, but because he has the operator out and isn't going to give up this duel just off of the opening engagement, the rockets come out and it's cleared him diligently. Just the boombot being broken there, indicative to him that Kozi was still pushed up close, and a very nice showstopper to bring him out of play.
It's excellently done. You can see right now Enterprise are not feeling safe about their A site, and they would be right. But his body's starting to head in that direction.
This is before where they'd called those rotations, where they were ready to greet them, and at the very least already, Alluri will be here, having to settle for the stun at the very least, as that's the sacrifice that does end up getting taken. Proc's left behind, the neural theft identifying him. Good for one, but one is just not going to be enough from the corner. He's got to live long enough to get Magnum back into play, and that operator's already thinking about the next. Liquid Academy have done what they needed to stave off another Enterprise round.
Yeah, and the question really is like, is this comeback on, or are we just witnessing what is feeble resistance in the face of definite of fate? It feels like, right? Magnum is trying to find some saving grace here, and with not a lot of bullets left and Body's sending it his way, he needs to find some safety and won't do it. So there's nothing kept into the next for Enterprise. Now I wonder, when does Itapata time out?
I think you still have to have full confidence that Enterprise can enact the game plan and finish it out here. It doesn't feel like they have very easily wanted to time out so far in this series. I think the only map that we saw it on was right at the very start on Split, when they hadn't warmed into the game, when they were still maybe having comms issues, stuff like that, you know, where it's your first time on in the official. First official in a week, I think, because it had been a few days since they'd played Na'Vi Junior to qualify.
Is that? Oh, I was wondering if he was going to just send it there.
And this is the thing, it's still only going to take one round. And with 3 ults up, Prox with that orbital strike that gets stronger and stronger, the longer Liquid take to choose a site and finish. Kozzy with blades in A main.
Oh. And they're heading towards him. Hasn't used the dash yet, but with those steps being heard, maybe now. He's only able to get one. Dash already used up, not stunned.
This
the
is
ulti
it.
good. The blade's coming out. Kozzy looking to cut Team Liquid away. Unbelievable stuff. What a way to finish out the last ever grand final for Northeast.
It's just absolutely ridiculous from Kozzy. And as Polaris goes dark for the final time, only gods can sit among the stars and are forever etched into that skyline now. His name and all the rest, the final champions of Northeast, Enterprise.
Yeah, I think that just goes to sum up what this best of 5 is. Individuals showing up when it's needed. Kozzy showing us the goods, and overall Enterprise at this moment in time has it. Can count themselves the last ever champions of Northeast. It's a sad kind of way to go that is not getting a full blooded kind of grand final last map, but you know what, there's some great moments in that last map, great moments in this best of 5 that we can all look back on fondly.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we did get a full-length best of 5, and I think that is a testament to how this Liquid team have improved, honestly, given a little bit more time to flesh out the map pool for EMEA, where we're going to see the bind get dropped, for example, Ascent coming back in, one which they've been good at in the past, and this from Kozzy being the final ace, the final round of Northeast ever, could not be more poetic for a player who had only just joined the region this year. There's no better passing of the torch onto that next generation, wherever they may go, into those EMEA events into 2027 and beyond. I think back to the first ever grand final that you and I casted in Northern Europe, as it was at the time. Kiko with the blades to go ahead and finish that one off. Some of the other names that we've seen grace these halls before, such as Kayak as well, on the Jet. It's just such an iconic combo, and I think really, you know, he is the future. GSR as well, of course, on the other side of the server. This Liquid team, though, plays second best today, unfortunately. They will go as the second seed into that EMEA tournament.
It's sad, but I think Team Liquid Academy, with the prospects that they have, I think that's the saving grace that they can take away from this one, if we're being honest. Overall, it was a fantastic grand final, and yeah, Enterprise still showing the goods, still showing like they're the favourites to head towards that stage 2 playoffs, play-ins, I should say, apologies.
Yeah, that's it, right? I mean, look, we've got to be thinking towards EMEA now, and what it is, of course, that these teams are able to achieve there, because for Enterprise and for Liquid Academy now, I believe, they have already qualified for Stage 3, so we'll be able to see them there, play for the opportunity to go against the teams in VCT EMEA. I don't know how that works with Liquid Academy, and Liquid being an academy organization as well. That's something that we would need to get confirmation on. But yeah, I mean, look, it's a huge opportunity for the players regardless. I think even names on Enterprise that will want to play against the VCT teams, Kicks to go against like teams that he's already played when he was in Tier 1 himself. So yeah, it's going to be exciting to see for sure. And I think they have the chance to do it.
I think they do. I think they deserve the opportunity. I mean, how funny would it be to see Team Liquid against Team Liquid Academy if we could see that? I think that would be awesome. But yeah,
competitive integrity in absolute shambles. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, well, apparently they had a way to confirm or make sure that KC and KC Blue Stars weren't, there was no competitive integrity there, so that's the league, of course. Valorant, a completely different thing, and yeah, at this moment, I think this full best of 5 has been pretty decent.
Yeah, no, it has. I mean, starting off on Split with Liquid Academy looking like they were the ones that were, you know, setting the tempo for this one. Honestly, Haven, their opportunity, their missed opportunity to win this series. I think you go back and look at it now. Fracture wouldn't have been necessary. They could have picked up their third on Lotus, and that would have been it. That would have been the map most important in their history. But Fracture, of course, is there at the end of the tunnel, and Enterprise, the more prepared across the board, the greater of the depth, and the team which we expect to go on the greater of the runs, not just in that next event, but for the rest of the year and wherever they end up and whenever that journey ceases to exist.
Yeah, and I think the next thing for us, Hazza, is we've got an interview with Magnum coming up, and I'm interested to know what his thoughts and feelings are overall, considering that we had a very interesting best of 5 with the ebbing and flowing between these two. So yeah, I'm wondering what his breakdown will be of this best of 5.
Yeah, me too. We are just still waiting for him, of course, so it should be a moment before we actually get Magnum on the line to go ahead and talk to us about it. But Cairo, I want to sort of get your thoughts on EMEA as well, right? We've got stage 2 coming up. It's actually not even Magnum that we've got for the interview, so that one's changed. It's going to be Prox instead. What teams are you expecting to see push Enterprise when we get to that?
I think you've got to be thinking about UCAM as well, as we've already kind of spoken about. I think that's the big team. Obviously, we've already kind of got our I want to call them the top 4, right? Because Turkey's always got that weird sometimes teams show up, sometimes you don't. We had Eternal Fire that do that, but obviously Misa as well, and the likes of Mandatory. So overall, I think it's going to be I think it's going to be cool to see what happens next. In terms of tier 2, but I think I still think that Enterprise should have what it takes. I think for me the more interesting thing would be what happens to Team Liquid Academy when we head to this inter-regional competition.
Yeah, and look, if they can make it out of groups, I think that's going to be a big test for them. I mean, like some of the teams that you mentioned there, for example, not playing in the next stage. Yeah. Misa didn't qualify, Mandatory didn't qualify, like all of the other playoff teams than UCAM that we thought were going to be challenging Enterprise, maybe pushing them, iron sharpens iron, getting them ready for the VCT teams at the end of the year, aren't actually there. So we're going to have to wait to see them in stage 3 since they've already confirmed participation. I think other regions looking so volatile does also help bolster the stocks of Enterprise, but we've seen in Ascensions gone by that doesn't necessarily mean that they will perform, but we can count on someone to perform, and that sounds really bad. Prox in the interview, we've got him here on the line to talk with us after the win. Firstly, congratulations on this one, Prox. What does it mean to you to be the final ever forever champion of Challengers Northeast?
I mean, it feels good. If I can myself, if I can call myself a champion. Not like in Spain, where you have to have this weird rules, So I'm happy to be a champ now. Back-to-back champ, come on.
Yeah, exactly, mate. And you guys have played excellently, but not without trouble. What happened on that first map? You guys have had such a good record on Split, and it felt as if you guys didn't show up.
I don't know, we just did some random things, especially on advantages, we just peek, don't play off each other, we just take 1v1 fights, and yeah, that costs us I don't know, 4 or 5 advantages, and you cannot win a series like that if you play like this.
How do you then look to try and fix up from those situations then when speaking to the coaches? Is it about communication? Is it just it being the first map in the series and that maybe you weren't warmed up and ready to go? How do you address that?
I mean, just put in the energy and also just play like we do in Prec. That's all, we play good in Prec, and then we play Split and it was full disaster. We never did this in Prec, we are full throwing every round and stuff like this, and then we just said after the map we said, hey guys, it's not us, bring back the energy and just play like we do in Prec, and that's what we did, and it helped.
And with Challengers, 3 now on the horizon. What are you thinking about for that?
Again, sorry.
Like with Challengers EMEA on the horizon, like what are you thinking about that coming up? You know, a couple of teams that haven't qualified that maybe would have pushed you on that first split.
I mean, we're not gonna be only just back-to-back champs in our league. Also, like, we're gonna be back-to-back champs in EMEA, I think. I don't think there's any good team right now that could reach us like the water. You know, like we're just gonna go in and just smash them.
We'll be seeing the map pool changes, and I imagine, I don't want to sort of say anything that isn't going to be true, the agent changes heading into that event as well. Maybe not, actually. I'm not sure about the agent, but I imagine the map rotation will probably happen.
Yeah.
You guys have shown quite a lot of comfort in your choices. You're still playing Yoru on Split, for example. We've seen you playing, you know, Raze and Jet on a few maps as well between your duelist players. Solo Initiator with Alluri on Sky on a lot of maps. Magnum's still playing like the Killjoy and stuff. Why exactly is it that you guys prefer to play these kinds of compositions rather than what we see a lot of in VCT? Is it just because it works for you individually in your system? Is it something that you like to call around with Alluri? What are your thoughts?
I mean, we tried out other comps, and then like we realized it doesn't like really fit us, so we just went back to our old comps, and yeah, that's what worked for us basically. But also I feel like with the new upcoming changes like on maps and agents like Neo Nerf, it's gonna help us for sure.
Yeah, I think it definitely is. I think you guys are in a very strong position. I mean, I just want to say congratulations again from me, Prox. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, and then from me, I got to ask Prox, how's it felt for you this year to be in this team compared to how it was on Eintracht and then into Mates? How do you feel that you've grown as a player? Because we've seen it in the server, we've seen, you know, you show the ability we all knew was there. How has this environment, how has this new team helped bring the best out of you and get you back to, you know, the level we know you're capable of?
I mean, this is like my first season where I don't feel like a rookie. Like, I went to Eintracht, I was a rookie. Then I got played for Gentlemates, I was a rookie. I was also helping with the comms with comeback. It was like a huge challenge for me. And like, this is the first split I kind of feel comfortable, you know, like I can like fully play off myself, you know, like focus on my stuff. And it actually helps, like, you can also see it.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, it's been an absolute pleasure to see you thrive, man. I'll leave this one to you. Any final shout-outs, anything that you want to say to the Enterprise fans watching, family and friends at home, perhaps? It's all yours.
I mean, guys, just thank you for your support. It means a lot to me. Especially, like, the Gentlemates fans and the Enterprise fans. It's like, I get insane support. Like, it's actually, like, I'm really grateful for that. And see you soon in Challengers.
All right, thank you so much, Prox. We appreciate you. Thanks for hopping onto the interview and enjoy the rest of your night. Once again, congratulations on becoming a Stage 2 winner.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
There you go. Heard it from him. I think, look, it's I like the comment about not being a rookie anymore. I think it was sort of difficult to posture it that way, but I suppose it's true. You're a rookie in Challengers, and then you're also a rookie in VCT. The little note about the comms as well, interesting to me, Cairo.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on that interview?
Yeah, it's exactly as you said. I think the most interesting part about that interview was the part about comeback being mentioned. I think overall, yeah, it's what we expect. Enterprise have that kind of mindset, killer mindset, I think you could call it, in terms of how they want to finish out this year. But yeah, congratulations to them. You can see here in the best of 5 map pool. Arguably, could have said that they should have finished out Lotus and made this a quicker one, but hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. And Team Liquid Academy missed their chance twice to win this best of 5.
Yeah, they did, right? It does feel like the one that might come back to haunt them, not seeing them learn those lessons just yet. An additional opportunity to do so in Challengers EMEA. Those are the arenas, the sort of the online tournaments that actually make the difference in terms of whether you do go on a longer run this year or if your competition ends prematurely. This is the final result, 3-2 to Enterprise as they make it through the middle section of the bracket. In fact, it was the upper final that they qualified into, though, with a clean sweep, push to a 5th and final map. That has to still be the headline here, though, by a great Liquid team, which we're expecting promise of in the future. But speaking of the future, Cairo, there is no future left, unfortunately, when it comes to Challengers Northern Europe, Challengers Northeast, Eastern Europe as well, at least in the regards of Tier 2 and the system that we are currently in for this year. So this is going to be the final sign-off from both you and I from this region, which we've called home for a number of years, the region which never belonged to us. We simply inherited it from those that came before, and we're here to close the show. So I'll let you go first before we end with my monologue.
Yeah, mate, I'm gonna be honest, mate. I'm getting a bit emotional thinking about it, right? Like, you gotta think, like, for those who don't know, like, our journey really started here. Like, the fact that we got to, like, you know, get to go to VCT, the fact that me and you, well, for me, I never really got a chance until that we got that kind of grand finals run. You know, the Pringle Poppers, the Beacon Poppers, the watch parties that we had. Yeah, I'm getting a bit emotional thinking about it.
Oh, man! You're gonna make me cry too. So I gotta speed through this. So yes, thank you everyone who's made this a possibility. A shout out to everyone behind the scenes who has kept this league going over the years. It would not be possible without you. Firstly, to Fraser, this production would cease to exist without them. They've always been very accommodating for the late nights, the early starts, and we can only apologize on behalf of all of the others for the muted mics in the VMix. To Phil and Brandon, the graphics operators who've brought to life the crazy ideas that we've had over the years, whether it was a breakfast stat card or a classic Phil moment. Thank you very much, and graphics animate to you. To Bo for doing many jobs at once, running socials. I know he stepped away at the start of the year, but the Discord still feels his presence, and I think few people have an encyclopedic knowledge of the region akin to his, so big shout out to him. Rich Brown for helping the handover process, always being a good sport. Many Pringles were popped as a result of you, Rich, so thank you. To our head of League Ops, Anti, moderator Anna as well, for doing the jobs which people love to hate, but we would obviously struggle without, and of course the rest of our admin team as well. To our observers over the years, Kara, Benelot, Korriban, Thibaut, Christian, Haribo, the rest of them all for catching the action. And to Bread and FaZe Cat on the replays for the ones that they missed, of course. To the co-streamers, which helped to keep the league alive, even when there was no way to watch the games. The Banter Years and the Dark Ages were helped along by you. Yes, even you, Lendoth. To Johanna and Ole for giving everyone I've already mentioned here the chance to do what we love when we were uncertain that it might go away. Hearing out why it means, what it does to all of us, and putting your trust in us. And finally, of course, the fans for supporting this region since 2022. I mean, this is where I wish I could say that we were passing the torch on to a new generation, as that torch was passed to us when Kyra and I, of course, both started commentating here in 2023, before we called it home. But unfortunately, this is where the story ends for now. Please continue supporting these teams into Challengers EMEA. And with that, this has been Challengers Northeast 2026 Stage 2. I've been Hazard, joined by Cairo. Thank you very much, and good night.
Mosi, that guy doesn't know how to call. Afofa, his time is done, guys. He's way too old. They have Kajak, that guy's only shooting. And then, who they have? Soka's pretty good. And then the fifth player, I don't even know, guys.
Advantages, Apen reclaims the rifle, and out the other side of the smoke is not going to be blinded up. In fact, doesn't fall.
The Apex are your champions of Split 1 on this roster, but they have proven it so many times.
A successful breakfast, you know, taking a look out of Jeff's book, most definitely lower weight in on the kilocalorie side of things, but much higher in protein and lower in...
This is really important. Here,
the script.
Take it. Here you go. Yeah. There you go.
They come around the backside and they find the kills, all up to Lewis. He needs to be the headshot machine. We know he's capable of here, and maybe he might be. One more to find. It's Kiko, and he'll get it. An ace on the pistol round. The king without the throne stakes his claim. Lewis is back.
Listen, man. I'm trying to save Dach here, okay? It's a bumpy road. We've created a weird system. None of our teams seem ready for Ascension. Oh no, this is not looking good. You know what, maybe it's not coming. There it goes.
Oh, what?
Okay.
Oh my god. A cooler head amongst the rest. And, well, Dex Dad's getting in on the action. Dex says no.
Guys, please get me a new duel. Please get me a new duel. That's a chest press, mate.
TP to around the corner, and I was watching. He's just gonna jump to his death.
Apex have no kryptonite, no Achilles heel. For the 4th time running, Apex are the king of the north. And
we've conquered all of Europe. We're never gonna stop. From London to Berlin, Polaris is on top. And so we're the Otis, and keep going attack. We're better than the rest. We're winners back to back. Not to just put it down to like composition or anything like that. I have enjoyed the breach much more on Zero Tenacity.
Maybe. I don't know.
Emma prowling the front line with the support of Cooper. Liquid Academy come crashing down on Shaq Mutt.
Haven. What do you mean? Swearing on broadcast, bro. What's wrong with you?
I get really into the game. I'm really competitive.
7 points ahead. He's nearly dead, but still Killers hangs on to life itself. The beating heart inside Enterprise.
Team Liquid Academy are looking so clean with it in front of them. They just cannot get it done. Oh no, that's. Bro, you're joking, right? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my, oh my. Oh, he's him. Wait, he's actually him.
The GXL not accounted for, and once again he looks to control and win the round. Constantly with the huge 4K, might have just won it for Enterprise.
With some music on the soft and slow, baby, we ain't got no place to go. I hope you understand. I've been thinking about this all day.
Out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far.